Chapter 1804. Why should you believe me? Zhao Ji was stunned when he heard Su Jing's words. Then he replied indifferently, You can only believe me now since you don't have a choice. Zhao Ji thought Su Jing would panic and be led by the nose by him when he said this. Who knew Su Jing would not fall for this trick at all? No choice. Then you don't have a choice. That Ling Tian guy might not even be Li Feng's junior brother. Even if he's Li Feng's junior brother, the person I want to seek revenge on is Li Feng, not him. Although I'm happy that he's dead, it's meaningless when I think about how Li Feng is still alive. When Su Jing reached the end of his sentence, his voice was indifferent. It was as though he did not care whether Li Feng's junior brother, Ling Tian, was still alive or not. Zhao Ji was dumbfounded. Everything before his eyes was completely different from the script he had in his mind. This was not how it should be. You want to use Ling Tian to exchange for my devouring dark devil technique? You're really wishful thinking. If I'm not mistaken, you're actually worried that after the people from the mystical sky mansion take the devouring dark devil technique from me using the soul-searching secret tactic, they'll let it gather dust and won't allow anyone to cultivate it, right? Su Jing continued to say to Zhao Ji through voice transmission, You want to obtain the devouring dark devil technique from me because you want to risk universal condemnation and cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. I can't believe the dignified son of the vice mansion master of mystical sky mansion would choose to abandon himself for the sake of power. As expected of the young mansion master of rising sky mansion, you're very smart. Zhao Ji's expression was extremely grave. However, the only chance he had to obtain the devouring dark devil technique was right in front of him. He did not want to miss it. Once Su Jing was subjected to the soul-searching secret tactic, the devouring dark devil technique would be exposed to the public. At that time, Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely seal or destroy the devouring dark devil technique, not allowing anyone to cultivate it. Although the cultivation method of the devouring dark devil technique could be said to be insane, to Zhao Ji, powerful strength was his foundation. As for the process of obtaining powerful strength, it was not important at all. Therefore, he was desperate to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. Speak. What will it take for you to teach me the devouring dark devil technique? Zhao Ji took a deep breath and went straight to the point. If you want me to teach you the devouring dark devil technique, it's very simple. As long as you save me, I'll slowly teach you the devouring dark devil technique. Su Jing's voice continued to ring out as he stated his request. Impossible. It never occurred to Zhao Ji that Su Jing would make such a crazy request. Save Su Jing? What a joke. Even if he was the grandson of the guardian of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Jin, and the son of Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, it was still impossible for him to rescue Su Jing, unless his grandfather or his father were willing to help him. However, this was not realistic. This was because he knew very well that even though his grandfather and father doted on him a lot, they would definitely stop him if he said that he wanted to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. It wasn't that his grandfather and father were bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, but his grandfather and father were worried that after he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, he would become a public enemy. That powerhouse who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique was someone everyone wanted to kill. It was said that after he went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, he did not have a good life. He could only tuck his tail between his legs and behave himself. If that's the case, there's no need for us to continue this conversation. I'll wait for the Mystical Sky Mansion's powerhouse to perform the soul-searching secret tactic on me after my soul has recovered. Su Jing continued to speak through voice transmission. Based on his words, it was as though a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water. You should know that with my ability, it's extremely difficult for me to save you. Can't you change your request? Zhao Ji asked in a deep voice. However, Su Jing ignored him this time. Su Jing's lack of response could be considered as another way of responding to Zhao Ji. He would not change his request. If he could save him, he would be able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. If he could not, he would not be able to obtain it. Zhao Ji's expression turned grave when he realized Su Jing still did not respond after calling him a few more times. Ji, what's wrong? Don't tell me Su Jing reacted to your voice transmission? Zhao Deng's eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Ji's expression had turned grave. He was slightly agitated. Damn it! How dare you ignore me? The moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth, Zhao Ji regained his senses. As though he had been injected with stimulants, he raised his hand and slapped it toward Su Jing's head. Ji, what are you doing? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave when he saw Zhao Ji's action. He immediately grabbed Zhao Ji's hand to stop him from attacking Su Jing. Are you crazy? If you kill him, not only will Lord Mansion Master not let you go, but you'll also become the public enemy of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. In that case, no matter how high your achievements are, you won't be able to become the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Zhao Deng's tone was stern when he reached the end of his sentence. Father, I was wrong. At the same time, Zhao Ji seemed to have accepted Zhao Deng's lesson. He lowered his head and admitted his mistake. However, father, he must be pretending to be asleep. Although his soul is damaged, it shouldn't affect his communication with the outside world. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, his expression was filled with grief and indignation. It was as though he had never communicated with Su Jing at all. The reason he did this was, naturally, because he did not want his father to know he had communicated with Su Jing. After all, the things they had communicated with each other were shameful. As expected of young Master Zhao Ji, you can even deceive your own father so easily. If I were your father, I'd be so angry that I'd throw up 3 liters of blood if I knew you were lying to me like this. Su Jing, who had remained silent for a long time, transmitted his voice to tease Zhao Ji. Su Jing, don't be so smug. I might not be able to think of a way to save you. If I can't think of a way, you'll definitely die, Zhao Ji replied through voice transmission. If even young Master Zhao can't think of a way to save me, then I can only accept my fate, Su Jing said indifferently. It was as though he was not worried about his life at all. It was as though he had transcended all worldly affairs. Ji, even if he's pretending to be asleep, there's nothing we can do to him. Moreover, he won't be able to pretend for long. At most, it'll take 6 months before we perform the soul-searching secret tactic on him. Once our Mystical Sky Mansion obtains the Devil Dao cultivation method he cultivates, he'll definitely die. Zhao Deng did not doubt his son's words at all. Instead, he took the initiative to persuade him. Therefore, there's no point in arguing with a dead person. All right. Zhao Ji nodded as though he had been persuaded. Then he bade farewell to Zhao Deng. Father, it's not good for me to stay here for too long. I'll take my leave first. Go ahead. After Zhao Deng sent his son out of the secret underground chamber, he turned around and left. After Zhao Ji left the secret underground chamber, he was thinking of a way to save Su Jing. What way do I have to save Su Jing from the secret underground chamber in the main mansion? I must get my hands on the devouring dark devil technique, no matter what. Once I cultivate it, my strength will definitely skyrocket. Su Jing's innate talent is far inferior to mine, but he only spent a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage. If it were me, I wouldn't be any weaker than him under the same conditions. Currently, Zhao Ji was obsessed with the devouring dark devil technique. While Zhao Ji was thinking of a way to save Su Jing, Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and opened the door to his room. As soon as he opened the door, he unintentionally extended his divine consciousness and instantly sensed someone was spying on him. Moreover, it was not just one person. Someone from the Zhao clan? Besides the members of the Zhao clan, Duan Lingtian was truly unable to figure out who would be hiding in the shadows and spying on him. You've come out of closed-door cultivation? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to look for Guli, a voice resonated from afar. The owner of the voice was a woman. In the distance, along with the voice, a beautiful figure appeared. She had a graceful figure and an angelic face. Wherever she passed, the surroundings seemed to be overshadowed by her. The person was none other than Wang Fei Xian. Where have you been? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. After the St. Martial secret zone closed, You left with the palace master. I haven't seen you since then. Why? Did you miss me? Wang Feixian's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Not really. I just feel a little unaccustomed to it. Even if it's a fly that's always around me, I'd still feel a little unaccustomed to it if it suddenly left. One must admit that Duan Lingtian's metaphor was very vivid and appropriate. However, when Wang Feixian heard his metaphor, her expression turned grave immediately. Based on your words, it seems like you're treating me like a fly. I didn't say that. Duan Lingtian shrugged. However, there's nothing I can do if you really want to take it as a fly. Duan Lingtian's words were truly infuriating. Wang Feixian glared at Duan Lingtian before saying faintly, "Previously, I entered the spirit pool to cultivate. As expected of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, it's really a good place. I feel that my cultivation base is already close to the mastery refined saint stage. I should be able to make a breakthrough in 1 or 2 years. Naturally, if I can enter the spirit pool again within a year, I'm confident I'll be able to break through to the mastery refined saint stage within a year." When Wang Feixian reached the end of her sentence, the strong confidence she exuded affected Duan Lingtian as well. Congratulations. Duan Lingtian congratulated Wang Feixian. He knew very well that Wang Feixian's future would be very smooth since she had acknowledged Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, as her master. He was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had already treated Wang Feixian as a friend. It was normal to care about a friend and be happy for a friend. Wang Feixian did not know how many times she had heard such congratulatory words. Chapter 1805. It seems like it's not peaceful here. At the same time, Wang Feixian had also discovered the few people hiding in the dark. She immediately said to Duan Lingtian, "Indeed, it's not peaceful here." Duan Lingtian nodded. He had long discovered these few people, but he did not point it out. They must be from the Zhao clan. Based on their auras, I can tell they must be at the eminent saint stage or above. It seems like the Zhao clan is going to make a move on you. Wang Feixian said solemnly. She was worried for Duan Lingtian. From today onward, you have to be careful. It's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head casually. Even the Zhao clan won't dare to make a move on me in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. After all, there's the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules. They won't challenge the Mystical Sky Mansion's authority just to make a move on me. You're right, but even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Moreover, don't leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate during this period of time to avoid any accidents. Wang Feixian reminded him. Based on her words, it seemed like she was more worried about his safety than Duan Lingtian. Don't worry. I have some things to do, so I don't have time to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Duan Lingtian replied. That was the truth. He had come out of his closed-door cultivation to look for Guli because he wanted to know how many materials Guli and his father had found for him to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. At the same time, he wanted to know how many materials Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, had helped him find. Meng Qing had given out orders to search for materials for Duan Lingtian. After the materials were sent back to the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, they would be gathered in Guli's hands and passed to Duan Lingtian by Guli. This was also what Duan Lingtian had suggested to Meng Qing. After all, no matter what, Meng Qing was still the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. It was impossible for him to help Duan Lingtian collect those materials. Recently, Duan Lingtian had no intention of going out. The first reason was to send the materials into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, so that Hualao could repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The second reason was because he had already reached the critical point of a breakthrough. He was only a hair's breadth away from successfully breaking through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Once he had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, his strength would improve as well. Then where are you going? When Wang Feixian heard Duan Lingtian said he did not have time to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, she sighed in relief. She could see that Duan Lingtian was preparing to leave the Heavenly Hall. I'm going to the main residence to look for senior apprentice brother Guli, Duan Lingtian said. All right, I won't disturb you then. Go ahead. It's time for me to go back and cultivate so I can break through as soon as possible. Wang Feixian nodded and bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded and turned around to leave. Wang Feixian only regained her senses when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from her sight. She retracted her dazed gaze. What an unromantic block of wood. After retracting her gaze, Wang Feixian was slightly annoyed. It was rare for her to act like a little girl. I wonder how he managed to woo his 2 fiancés and his confidant. Don't tell me they're also the ones who woo him? Wang Feixian stomped her feet before she turned around and returned to her residence. The moment Wang Feixian left, the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from Zhao clan, who were hiding in the dark, immediately flew in the direction Duan Lingtian had left and followed Duan Lingtian from afar. They're following me? Duan Lingtian instantly noticed the few tails behind him. He frowned slightly, but he did not bother about them. If they were to fight, although he would not be at a disadvantage, he would not be able to teach them a painful lesson. After all, the mystical Sky Mansion had a rule that forbade killing and maiming of fellow disciples in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate. If they violated the rule, they would be severely punished. Isn't he leaving the estate? When they saw Duan Lingtian had entered the main mansion and had no intention of leaving the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, they were instantly disappointed. Although they were slightly dispirited, they still followed him from afar. They only came to a halt when they saw Duan Lingtian had gone northeast of the main mansion. Isn't that Guardian Gu's cultivation place? Gu Li, who's ranked first on the mystical sky ranking, lives there as well. I've long heard that Lingtian has a good relationship with Gu Li. It seems like he has no intention of leaving the mystical Sky Mansion after coming out of closed-door cultivation this time. He's only here to look for Gu Li. The mystical Sky Mansion's guardian, Gu Xiaoyun, was someone who was on par with Zhao Jin, the leader of the Zhao clan. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to go near Gu Xiaoyun's cultivation place. After waiting for a long time, the few of them left one after another when Duan Lingtian still did not come out. At the same time, the news of Lingtian coming out of closed-door cultivation also swept through the Zhao clan like a hurricane. The entire Zhao clan was in an uproar immediately. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was taking a spatial ring from Gu Li. The things inside the spatial ring were the materials that the mystical Sky Mansion had gathered with the strength of the entire mansion. To be more precise, they were the materials to repair the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Junior brother Lingtian, if it wasn't for the mansion master's help, I'm afraid my father and I wouldn't even be able to gather 1/10 of the materials inside in such a short time. After Gu Li passed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian, he sighed emotionally. No matter what, I still have to thank senior brother Gu Li. By the way, where's Uncle Gu? Why don't I see him? From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not see Gu Xiaoyun at all. My father went out some time ago, and he should only be back in a few days. Why? Are you looking for him? Gu Li asked. Nothing. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I'm just asking. Senior brother Gu Li, how's your cultivation progress? Duan Lingtian asked, changing the topic. Previously, Gu Li had mentioned to him that once he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage, he would leave the mystical Sky Mansion and the Debussy Subterranean to make his way to the upper province. Currently, Gu Li's cultivation base was already at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. Unknowingly, another few months had passed. It had been a year since Duan Lingtian had first arrived at the mystical Sky Mansion. Ever since he entered closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian still did not have any intention of coming out of closed-door cultivation. The group of Zhao clan's disciples who were eager to contribute to the mystical Sky Mansion were extremely anxious. However, there was nothing they could do. At this moment, a shocking piece of news began to spread from the main mansion and entered the ears of the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Su Jing has disappeared. Naturally, the high-ranking officials in the mystical Sky Mansion referred to the vice mansion masters and above. What's going on? In the secret underground room, Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, looked at the empty stone bed. Although there was no change in his expression, the others present on the scene could hear the anger in his voice. Where's Palace Master Zhu? At the same time, one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion noticed that Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, was not around. Who's on duty recently? Meng Qing asked in a deep voice. I think it's Palace Master Zhu. Chapter 1806. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, had rushed here when they heard about Su Jing being rescued. However, when the group arrived, they realized that there was only one person missing. Moreover, it just so happened that it was his turn to guard this place and keep an eye on Su Jing. It was none other than Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace. Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master. Just as the atmosphere in the secret underground room became a little tense, an anxious voice suddenly resonated from outside. Jier. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What was he doing here at this time? Soon after, Zhao Ji appeared in front of the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. He was panting. Jier, what are you doing here? You shouldn't have come here. Zhao Deng glared at Zhao Ji and said in a low voice. When he was on duty previously, it was not a big deal for Zhao Ji to come here. However, the mansion master and the others were here today, and the atmosphere was a little strange. He was worried his son's arrival would anger the mansion master. Jier, listen to me and go back. At this moment, Zhao Jin also spoke. Lord Mansion Master. However, Zhao Ji ignored his grandfather and father. His gaze landed on Meng Qing, who was looking at him with a solemn expression. Earlier, I think I saw our Heavenly Palace's Palace Master Zhu bringing someone to the north. A patrolling elder, and more than 10 patrolling disciples were all injured by him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment Zhao Jin's words left his mouth, horror dawned on the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Meng Qing. Embezzlement. At this moment, these words appeared in the minds of the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown through the secret underground room, Meng Qing disappeared before everyone's eyes. Let's go! Subsequently, Gu Xiaoyin and Zhao Jin, the two Mystical Sky Mansion's guardians, left as well. The other vice mansion masters followed suit as well. Zhao Deng raised his hand and brought Zhao Ji along. As he followed them, he asked, Ji, did you really see it clearly? Did Palace Master Zhu bring someone to the north? Father, I wouldn't dare to joke about this. Right now that patrol elder should be rushing over here as well. Zhao Ji asked solemnly. Father, is the person Palace Master Zhu brought away Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? Yes. A cold light flashed in Zhao Deng's eyes. I didn't expect Zhu Luqi to be so bold as to take Su Jing away. It seems like he found out about the Devil Dao cultivation method from Su Jing. That Devil Dao cultivation method is most likely that kind of deranged cultivation method. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Deng connected the dots. This also caused Zhao Ji to be extremely shocked, and he secretly wiped off a layer of cold sweat. Along the way, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, led by Mansion Master Meng Qing, encountered a Mystical Sky Mansion's elder who was rushing north. The Mystical Sky Mansion's elder's face was pale. It was obvious he was severely injured. Lord Mansion Master, Palace Master Zhu forcefully took Su Jing away and injured us. This is the jade token that Palace Master Zhu asked me to pass to you. When the Mystical Sky Mansion's elder saw Meng Qing, he immediately passed the jade token in his hand to him. Meng Qing took the jade token with a solemn expression. He mobilized the energy in his body and inserted it into the jade token. He purposely let the voice in the jade token play. Lord Mansion Master, the cultivation method that Su Jing cultivates is the devouring dark devil technique that's famous in the lower province many years ago. Even if you steal and obtain such a horrifying cultivation method, using the soul-searching secret tactic, you're destined to only be left with dust in the Mystical Sky Mansion. For this reason, I took Su Jing away, Because I need the devouring dark devil technique. Only by cultivating the devouring dark devil technique will I be able to wash away the humiliation that Feng Bui from the mountain-shade black market has brought me. Zhu Luqi's voice resonated in the air. Originally, I thought I'd never be able to seek revenge from Feng Bui in this lifetime. However, the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique has given me hope. After thinking about it for a long time, I finally decided to take Su Jing away to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. Don't worry, Lord Mansion Master. As long as I obtain the devouring dark devil technique, I'll think of a way to get rid of Su Jing. No matter what, Su Jing's existence is still a hidden danger to our mystical sky mansion. From today onward, I, Zhu Luqi, will leave the mystical sky mansion. Everything I do in the future will have nothing to do with the mystical sky mansion. I hope Lord Mansion Master will take into account that I've worked hard for the mystical sky mansion and the heaven palace in the past, and don't make things difficult for my disciples. They're innocent, and I've let them down. Zhu Luqi's voice stopped at this point. The devouring dark devil technique. At this moment, other than Zhao Ji, everyone present on the scene turned pale with fright. To them, the devouring dark devil technique was a legendary cultivation method. The cultivation process was so crazy that it made one's hair stand on end. The devil cultivator who cultivated this devil technique had become a public enemy at that time. The entire Debussy subterranean could not tolerate him at all. However, even in such a harsh environment, the devil cultivator still managed to kill a few powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, with just his cultivation base, at the peak of the exemplary saint stage despite being surrounded by so many powerhouses from the lower province. As for the other powerhouses who were killed, there were countless of them. That battle could be considered as an unprecedented battle in the lower province. Even then, the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique did not die. He paid the price of being heavily injured and escaped to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, from that moment onward, the devil cultivator had become a legend in the Debussy subterranean. Naturally, this legend only left behind a bad name for the future generations. This was because he had killed many young women in order to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. All of the young women's vital energy and blood were devoured by him until they were turned into dried corpses. His crime had reached the point where he was hated by both men and gods. It was precisely because of the commotion caused by that devil cultivator that year that the devouring dark devil technique that he cultivated was known by everyone. At that time, everyone regarded him as a scourge. Even after so many years had passed, the fame of the devouring dark devil technique had still been passed down. Naturally, the group of high-ranking officials in the mystical sky mansion had also heard of this cultivation method. It was precisely because of this that they revealed such a shocked expression when they learned that Su Jing's cultivation method was actually the devouring dark devil technique. Foolish. Senior brother Zhu is foolish. In the end, Qianping Sheng, the palace master of Yellow Palace, was the first to regain his senses. Horror dawned on his face. Even if he obtains the devouring dark devil technique, he'll definitely become the public enemy of the entire lower province and the entire Dao Martial Saint Land in the future. Is it worth it to have a small conflict with Feng Bui, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market? The conflict between senior brother Zhu and Feng Bui, in Feng Bui's eyes, and even in our eyes, is just a small conflict. But if I put myself in senior brother Zhu's shoes, facing Feng Bui's humiliation, I would definitely feel worse than death. The palace master of Earth Palace said in a deep voice. Due to this reason, although senior brother Zhu's decision is shocking, it's understandable. Is it really worth it to make an enemy out of everyone in the world, just for Feng Bui? The palace master of Mystical Palace sighed. Mansion master, Zhu Luqi kidnapped Su Jing and took away the devouring dark devil technique. His crime is heinous. After we capture him, he should be executed. Guardian Zhao Jin said as he looked at Meng Qing with a cold gleam in his eyes. Palace Master Zhu announced his departure from the mystical sky mansion because he was worried news of him cultivating the devouring dark devil technique would spread and implicate the mystical sky mansion. Although his method was a little extreme, it's undeniable that he was still thinking about the mystical sky mansion even at the last moment. Due to this reason, I think it's enough to capture Palace Master Zhu and stop him from cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. He doesn't deserve to die. The other guardian, Gu Xiaoyan, expressed his opinion. The two great guardians had spoken as well, but their opinions were completely different. Zhao Jin's expression darkened as he glared at Gu Xiaoyan. Just as he was about to say something, the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene expressed their opinions one after another. I support Guardian Gu's opinion. I support Guardian Gu as well. I support Guardian Gu. Most of the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene supported Gu Xiaoyan's opinion. This caused Zhao Jin to swallow his words. Although he felt aggrieved, there was nothing he could do. Put aside the fact that Gu Xiaoyan's strength was not inferior to his, and his position in the mystical sky mansion was not inferior to his as well. With everyone supporting Gu Xiaoyan, he no longer had the right to call the shots. After all, he was only a guardian and not the mansion master. I believe that if Su Jing's cultivation method is not the devouring dark devil technique, but an ordinary devil Dao cultivation method, Palace Master Zhu would definitely not take such a risk. Based on the words Palace Master Zhu left behind, he can be spared from death. However, although he can be spared from death, he still has to be punished. Guardians, please go and bring Palace Master Zhu back. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Meng Qing, the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, also expressed his opinion. Although he did not agree with Gu Xiaoyan's opinion, his words were undoubtedly in line with Gu Xiaoyan's opinion. Yes, Mansion Master. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, not only was Meng Qing the Mansion Master, but he was also the strongest person. Even Gu Xiaoyan and Zhao Jin, the two guardians, were not as strong as him. Due to this reason, Gu Xiaoyan and Zhao Jin did not dare to slack off when faced with his order. After responding, Gu Xiaoyan and Zhao Jin left and headed north. What happened today must not be spread to the ears of outsiders. Those who violate this will be killed without mercy. After Gu Xiaoyan and Zhao Jin left, Meng Qing swept his gaze across the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Yes." Everyone present on the scene nodded solemnly when they heard Meng Qing's order. They also knew that if news of what happened today spread out, it would only bring trouble to the Mystical Sky Mansion. As members of the Mystical Sky Mansion, it was only natural that they did not want trouble to befall the Mystical Sky Mansion. Old Man Gu and my grandfather personally made a move. Will Palace Master Zhu be able to escape? Chapter 1807. At this moment, none of the people present, including Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, would have thought that the reason Zhu Luqi, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace, had brought Su Jing away was not as simple as it seemed. First of all, how did Zhu Luqi know that the devil technique Su Jing cultivated was the devouring dark devil technique? Zhu Luqi was not Zhao Ji. He would not despicably use Li Feng to provoke Su Jing. The culprit was none other than Zhao Ji, who was by Zhao Deng's side. Previously, when Zhao Ji spoke to Su Jing in the secret underground chamber, he was troubled by Su Jing's unreasonable request before he left. Su Jing wanted him to rescue him. To him, this was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Unless his grandfather or father were willing to help him, it was impossible. Later on, an accident led him to discover the palace master, Zhu Luqi, venting in a remote valley halfway up the Heaven Palace. The way Zhu Luqi was venting did not seem like a person who had lived for more than 100 years. First, he carved huge rocks into the image of Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the mountain-shaped black market. Then, he blasted Feng Buyi's statues into dust with lightning speed. At that time, Zhao Ji could clearly feel Zhu Luqi's anger. At that moment he saw hope. If Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, is willing to help, it won't be difficult for me to rescue Su Jing. Due to this reason, he began to stay away from Zhu Luqi. In the beginning, he did not go straight to the point. Instead, he tried to sound out Zhu Luqi's opinion. He wanted to know what Zhu Luqi thought of the Devil Dao cultivation method that could be said to be heartless and inhumane. If Zhu Luqi rejected that cultivation method, he could only dismiss the idea of working with Zhu Luqi. However, after some probing, Zhao Ji discovered that although Zhu Luqi rejected that cultivation method, his hatred for Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the mountain-shade black market, surpassed everything else. In order to kill Feng Buyi, he was willing to cultivate that kind of cultivation technique. Under such circumstances, he laid his cards on the table with Zhu Luqi and told him that he planned to rescue Su Jing in exchange for the devouring dark devil technique. Zhu Luqi, who was blinded by hatred, immediately agreed. As a result, today's scene was born. Recently, it was Zhu Luqi's turn to be on duty. He was in charge of monitoring Su Jing. At this moment, it was undoubtedly a piece of cake for Zhu Luqi to rescue Su Jing before the high-ranking officials of the mystical sky mansion could react. Of course, only Zhao Ji, Zhu Luqi and Su Jing knew about this. One must admit that as the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical sky mansion, other than having an extraordinary innate talent in the martial Dao, Zhao Ji was also very smart. For example, his deal with Zhu Luqi this time. With Zhu Luqi's strength, he could easily kick Zhao Ji aside and work with Su Jing on his own. However, he had said that if Zhu Luqi dared to act alone, he would immediately complain to his grandfather and father. At most, they would go their separate ways. He had used this to threaten Zhu Luqi and made Zhu Luqi swear on the lightning penalty oath, so he could enjoy the fruits of his labor. From the beginning until the end, he did not even need to expose himself to obtain the devil Dao cultivation technique, the devouring dark devil technique, that he had been dreaming of. Naturally, he had yet to obtain the devouring dark devil technique, since Su Jing insisted on only passing the devouring dark devil technique to him and Zhu Luqi after he left the mystical sky mansion. I hope Zhu Luqi isn't so useless. At this moment, Zhao Ji was most worried about his grandfather and Gu Xiaoyin catching up to Zhu Luqi. He was not worried about Zhu Luqi's safety at all. He was more worried that he would not be able to obtain the devouring dark devil technique, even though he had wasted his breath. Fortunately, Zhu Luqi was unaware of Zhao Ji's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been angered to the point of throwing up blood. I've risked my life to bring him out, and I'm not even worried about wasting my energy. However, you're just a brat who only used your mouth. And you're actually worried about wasting your breath? A few days later, the two great guardians returned empty-handed. After Zhu Luqi left with Su Jing, it was as though he had completely vanished without a trace. I'm afraid Palace Master Zhu has been planning this for a long time, let alone us. Even if Lord Mansion Master chases after him personally, I'm afraid you might not be able to catch up to him. The group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials who were vice mansion masters and above gathered again, due to Gu Xiaoyin and Zhao Jin's return. If that's the case, there's no need to waste our energy looking for him. Based on his message, he's already determined to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Now, we can also withdraw the people from the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Also spread the news that our mystical sky mansion has discovered someone from the Rising Sky Mansion, cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. That's why we're attacking them. Meng Qing nodded. Currently, he seemed to have regained his usual calmness as he began to deal with the Rising Sky Mansion's matters. In the past, there had always been people from the mystical sky mansion guarding the Rising Sky Mansion's estate because they were worried the news would be leaked. However, there was no need for that now. Also spread the news that our mystical sky mansion's palace master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi, has kidnapped Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and has been expelled by our mystical sky mansion. Su Jing is the first person in the Rising Sky Mansion to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Meng Qing continued to say. When Meng Qing said this, it was obvious he was pushing all the blame onto Zhu Luqi. Since Zhu Luqi dared to do this, he must have been mentally prepared. Also, send someone to the Mountainshade Black Market and inform Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, that the reason Zhu Luqi kidnapped Su Jing was to obtain the devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated, so he could seek revenge from him. Meng Qing said again. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials present on the scene did not have any objections to Meng Qing's decision. The other three palace masters who had a good relationship with Zhu Luqi sighed inwardly. However, they also knew their mansion master was doing this for the sake of the big picture. He did not intend to harm Zhu Luqi. Just like this, shocking news spread out from the Mystical Sky Mansion and caused a huge commotion in the Debussy subterranean. The devouring dark devil technique has appeared again? The fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, obtained the devouring dark devil technique? The young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion did not die even after his glabella was pierced by a sword, because he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? When the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, learned that someone from the Rising Sky Mansion had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, they made a move and suppressed the Rising Sky Mansion. The core force of the Rising Sky Mansion resisted stubbornly and was completely annihilated. Only the elderly, women and children survived? Then, doesn't this mean the devouring dark devil technique has fallen into the hands of the Mystical Sky Mansion? Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, kidnapped Su Jing for his own selfish reasons. The Mystical Sky Mansion failed to find him, so they publicly announced that they're expelling Su Jing from the Mystical Sky Mansion. It seems like Zhu Luqi wants to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. The peaceful Debussy subterranean was in an uproar because of the news. Many people sighed emotionally. A dignified fourth-rate force, like the Rising Sky Mansion, was annihilated just like that. There were even more people who were amazed by the Mystical Sky Mansion's strength. As expected of a quasi-third-rate force, its strength is not something a fourth-rate force can compare to at all. It annihilated a fourth-rate force just like that. The various fourth-rate forces had also learned about this news. The Mystical Sky Mansion is actually so powerful? Don't tell me this is the difference between a quasi-third-rate force and a fourth-rate force. In some of the fourth-rate force's bases, the high-ranking officials gathered and looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. The Mystical Sky Mansion can't be considered as the strongest among quasi-third-rate forces. If the Mystical Sky Mansion is already so powerful, how terrifying would the mountain-shade Black Market and Azure Cloud Mansion be? Although they were from fourth-rate forces, they did not have any conflicts with quasi-third-rate forces. Although they knew quasi-third-rate forces were powerful, they did not know exactly how powerful they were. However, this time, the Mystical Sky Mansion had annihilated the backbone of the Rising Sky Mansion without sacrificing a single soldier. Not only that, but it had also demonstrated the strength of a quasi-third-rate force. Such strength made them tremble in fear. To think I thought we'd be able to become a quasi-third-rate force in less than 100 years. Now it seems like I was dreaming. A quasi-third-rate force is actually so powerful. We still have a long way to go before we can become a quasi-third-rate force. In the Debussy subterranean, many fourth-rate forces were shocked by the quasi-third-rate force's strength. They no longer dared to think of replacing it. The Mystical Sky Mansion had used its actions to prove its strength as a quasi-third-rate force. As one of the two most powerful quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussy subterranean, the Azure Cloud Mansion had naturally received the news from the Mystical Sky Mansion immediately. Devouring Dark Devil Technique? In the main hall, a person sat on the main seat. It was none other than the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. Yes. Below him, an old man nodded his head in response. Elder Rong, you may take your leave, Duan Rufeng said. Lord Mansion Master, the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique will definitely cause harm. Should our Azure Cloud Mansion make a move to look for the Mystical Sky Mansion's traitor, Zhu Luqi, and kill him to prevent future troubles? The old man was none other than one of Duan Rufeng's two capable subordinates, Rong Yuan. When he saw Duan Rufeng had asked him to leave without saying anything after learning about the devouring dark devil technique, he was puzzled. That was why he asked this question. We'll wait and see for now, Duan Rufeng replied. Understood. Rong Yuan nodded his head respectfully before turning around and leaving. After Rong Yuan left, Duan Rufeng muttered to himself. If I'm not mistaken, The devouring dark devil technique seems to be a devil technique created by Black Nether. However, the original devouring dark devil technique was cultivated by devouring moonlight energy. It's considered a normal devil Dao cultivation method. Chapter 1808. Black Nether was the devil cultivator who wanted to take over Duan Rufing's body. He was a powerful existence from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, when Duan Lingtian obtained the Devil Seal Tablet, Black Nether's main soul that was hidden in the Devil Seal Tablet also wanted to take over his body. However, due to the fact that his soul did not belong to this world, not only did Black Nether's main soul fail to take over his body, but he was also annihilated because of this. When Black Nether's main soul was annihilated, the sub-soul that fought with Duan Rufing for his body was annihilated as well. Due to this reason, Duan Rufing was able to regain control of his body. The powerful strength that Black Nether cultivated when he took over his body was also under his control. As for the Azure Cloud Mansion, it was a force that Black Nether had seized when he took over his body. Now that Black Nether was dead, it naturally belonged to him. It could be said that Black Nether had done so much for him, but in the end, it was all thanks to him. Although Black Nether was a devil cultivator, he was very arrogant. He wouldn't do such a thing. In his opinion, only a third-rate devil cultivator would do such a thing. It must be that abandoned disciple of Black Nether, who forcefully tampered with the devouring dark devil technique that Black Nether passed on to him, and changed it to allow him to cultivate by devouring the vital energy and blood of young women. It was not difficult for Duan Rufing, who had spent some time with Black Nether, to figure this out. Grandfather. While Duan Rufing was deep in his thoughts, a tender and pleasant voice resonated from outside the hall. It was obvious it was a child's voice. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Rufing opened his eyes. His eyes brightened as a doting smile appeared on his face. They saw a little boy about 3 years old flying in from outside the palace. However, when he flew in the air, his body swayed, and every movement seemed to be at risk of falling. Everyone could not help but break out in cold sweat for him. Nien'er, don't disturb grandfather. At the same time, a beautiful figure entered the hall. It was a beautiful woman. As soon as she appeared, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison. Her silky long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely be able to recognize with a glance that this was his fiancée Li Fei. Looking at Li Fei's current appearance, there was not much difference from the past. She did not look like a woman who had given birth to a child at all. Nien'er, come to grandpa. Duan Rufing shook his head at Li Fei, and then opened his arms, allowing the little boy to jump into his arms. Yo, Nien'er seems to have put on a few kilos. Not bad. Duan Rufing's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were full of doting. In the past, not long after his son was born, he was targeted by He Ming. The two of them fought for control of the body. He could not return to his home, and left for 20 years. Therefore, he did not participate in his son's childhood, which he regretted. Because of this, the guilt he felt towards his son was completely repaid onto the little boy in his arms. Because this was his son's son, Duan Rufing's grandson. Father. At the same time, Li Fei also came forward and bowed respectfully at Duan Rufing. Although Duan Rufing was her man's father, she still maintained a respectful attitude in front of Duan Rufing. This was because she knew her man's father was the mansion master of the quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy Subterranean, the Azure Cloud Mansion. Now that she had stayed in the Azure Cloud Mansion for a long time, she had a deep understanding of the Debussy Subterranean as well. For this reason, she knew the Azure Cloud Mansion was one of the 2 strongest forces in the Debussy Subterranean. It was an existence that was on par with the Mountainshade Black Market. Her man's father was one of the 2 strongest people in the Debussy Subterranean. Dugu in the north, Rufeng in the south, the lower provinces heaven and earth. This was the most popular saying in the Debussy Subterranean. It meant that the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market in the north of the Debussy Subterranean, and the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion in the south, Duan Rufeng, were capable of holding up the lower provinces heaven and earth. Naturally, this was just a metaphor. The most accurate meaning was that the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion were the two strongest existences in the Debussy subterranean. We're family. You don't have to be so courteous when you see me. Duan Ruffing smiled at Li Fei. He was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law before him. How could he not be satisfied? She was the one who gave birth to the grandson in his arms. Mother, I want to sleep with grandfather tonight. The little boy shook his little head and said to Li Fei while rubbing his chubby face. Nianer, stop fooling around. Upon hearing the little boy's words, Li Fei's expression turned grave immediately. Grandfather needs to cultivate. Don't disturb him. Upon hearing this, the little boy felt wronged. He looked at Duan Ruffing with tears in his eyes. Grandfather, I want to sleep with you tonight. I want to sleep with you tonight. Hurry up and tell mother. All right. Faced with the cute grandson in his arms, naturally, Duan Ruffing would not reject him. He immediately looked at Li Fei and said with a smile, let Nianer sleep with me tonight. Yes, father. Since Duan Ruffing had spoken, Li Fei naturally did not say anything else. Father. All of a sudden, as though she was reminded of something, Li Fei asked through voice transmission. Is there any news about him? There were only 3 people present. Li Fei was still using voice transmission. It was obvious she did not want the little boy to hear their conversation. Not yet. Duan Ruffing replied through voice transmission. Naturally, he knew the him Li Fei was referring to was his son, Duan Lingtian. Ever since the news of Tian obtaining the Devil Seal tablet spread, he seemed to have vanished completely. He'll be fine, right? Li Fei asked worriedly. Don't worry. A senior who's proficient in divination told me that no matter how big of a problem Tianer encounters, he'll definitely turn it into a blessing in the end. That senior has never miscalculated before. Duan Ruffing said. The senior he was referring to was naturally the Oracle man. I hope so. Li Fei nodded. However, the worry in the depths of her eyes could not be concealed. After all, she had never seen the Oracle man before. She had also never heard of the Oracle man's rumors and deeds. If Sister Kerr and her child are safe and sound, that child should be around Nianer's age now. Li Fei muttered to herself as she looked at the mischievous little boy in Duan Ruffing's arms. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Ruffing narrowed his eyes immediately. A hint of worry could be seen on his face. He was also very worried about his daughter-in-law, who was trapped in the Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although he was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and was an influential figure in the Debussy subterranean, he, Duan Ruffing, was nothing in the upper province. Naturally, it was not that he did nothing. At the very least, he had asked the Watcher in the lower province to help him ask around. He could be considered acquainted with the Watcher in the lower province. He had paid a price, and the Watcher had agreed to help him. However, until now, the Watcher had yet to reply to him. It was likely that the Watcher had not asked around. The Watcher was a disciple from a first-rate force in the upper province. Not only that, but he was also at the quintessential saint stage. It was only natural that he would be able to ask around about the Zoroastrianism. The little boy in Duan Ruffing's arms was none other than Duan Lingtian, and Li Fei's child. Li Fei had named him Duan Niantian. Niantian was referring to missing someone. One had to admit that Li Fei and Kerr had a tacit understanding. Kerr had named her daughter Duan Xiling, while she named her son Duan Niantian. Xiling Niantian. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian did not know the names of his son and daughter. Moreover, he had not even seen his son and daughter before. The Mountainshade Black Market had also received the news from the mystical Sky Mansion. The devouring dark devil technique has appeared? Leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market said calmly as he narrowed his eyes when he heard the news. At this moment, the few high-ranking officials of the Mountainshade Black Market, standing in front of him, could clearly feel the coldness in their leader's calm voice. They were not surprised by this. Previously, when the devouring dark devil technique had appeared, a devil cultivator with shocking strength had appeared as well. In order to deal with that devil cultivator, all the quasi-third-rate forces, including the Mountainshade Black Market, had sent out their top powerhouses. It was during that battle that their leader's ancestor was killed. One could say that the Mountainshade Black Market had an irreconcilable hatred for the Devouring Dark Devil technique and its owner. The Devouring Dark Devil technique, Sujing Zhuluchi, passed down my order to all the bases to search for both of them. If they're found, kill them on sight. Duga's eyes gleamed coldly as he passed down the order. Yes, Lord Leader. The few people who carried out the order replied respectfully. Feng Bui, follow me to the mystical sky mansion. I must find out the ins and outs of this matter, Duga said as he looked at one of the few people seated below him. Feng Bui was the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, who had gone to the mystical sky mansion 6 months ago. Just as Feng Bui was about to leave the Mountainshade Black Market with Dugu and head to the mystical sky mansion, a messenger arrived in time. The reason Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of the mystical sky mansion's Heaven Palace, wants to cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique is to seek revenge from me? After Feng Bui learned about this, he recalled the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking official, whom he had taught a lesson to 6 months ago. Realization dawned on him. I remember now. That fellow seems to be called Zhu Luqi. However, does he think he can seek revenge from me just because he has cultivated the Devouring Dark Devil technique? He's overestimating himself. Feng Bui had a disdainful expression on his face. What happened? When Dugu heard about this, he immediately looked at Feng Bui and asked, You have enmity with that traitor from the mystical sky mansion? Faced with his own leader's question, Feng Bui did not dare to be negligent. He immediately told him about what had happened 6 months ago. He's the palace master of the mystical sky mansion's Heaven Palace, and the leader of the mystical sky mansion's vice mansion masters. The way you humiliated him is even worse than killing him. No wonder he would take the risk to cultivate the Devouring Dark Devil technique. Chapter 1809. Just a little more. Duan Lingtian, who was in closed-door cultivation, opened his eyes at some point in time. He sighed deeply and left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought in his mind. Currently, his cultivation base was only a step away from breaking through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage. However, a bottleneck appeared at this step. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, he would need to find a suitable opportunity. Hualao, have you used up all the materials? Duan Lingtian contacted Hualao and asked. I've used them up a long time ago. Hualao said. However, the materials you gave me last time are just a drop in the bucket to completely repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. For this reason, you'll need more materials if you want to repair the 4th level. Don't worry, there'll be more materials in the future, Duan Lingtian replied. I'll go get the materials for you now. Currently, it had been almost half a year since he went into closed-door cultivation. However, 2 years had passed in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. In these 2 years, not only did Duan Lingtian consolidate his intermediate refined saint stage cultivation base, but he had also improved further. He was only a step away from breaking through to the Mastery Refined Saint stage. When Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out, he noticed there were a few people hiding in the dark watching him. The people from the Zhao clan are still unwilling to give up? Duan Lingtian frowned before he relaxed. He ignored those people and walked toward the main mansion to look for Guli. The people from the Zhao clan followed closely behind him. Damn it! He's been in closed-door cultivation for so long. And now that he's finally out, he's still not leaving. The few mystical sky mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan cursed when they saw Duan Lingtian, did not leave the mystical sky mansion after coming out of closed-door cultivation. It was as though Duan Lingtian was committing a crime by not leaving the mystical sky mansion. However, the news of Duan Lingtian coming out of closed-door cultivation quickly spread to the other mystical sky mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan. For a time, it caused the originally lifeless Zhao clan to seethe with excitement. All of them rubbed their palms together and wished for nothing more than to immediately display their strength. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. At this moment, he had already arrived at the place where Guardian Gu Xiayun cultivated. Uncle Gu, This time, Duan Lingtian met Gu Xiaoyan. Little Tian is here? Gu Xiaoyan smiled as he faced Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian could clearly see that there was a strange look in Gu Xiaoyan's eyes. Uncle Gu, is there something on your mind? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. When Gu Xiaoyan heard this, he sighed but did not say anything. Father, junior brother Lingtian is not an outsider. What's the harm in telling him? Moreover, he was the one who provided the news about the devouring dark devil technique. Gu Li had also come over and said bluntly. Gu Xiaoyan nodded. You tell little Tian. When Gu Li spoke, Duan Lingtian finally understood the reason behind Gu Xiaoyan's troubled expression. Our heavenly palace's palace master saved Su Jing? He saved Su Jing because he wanted to obtain the devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated? Since the devouring dark devil technique is an inhumane and heartless devil Dao cultivation method, he was worried he wouldn't be able to cultivate it if it was exposed, so he chose to take the risk? He chose to take the risk because he wanted to seek revenge from the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, Feng Bui? After learning about this matter, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. It seems like Palace Master Zhu has not forgotten about the incident from half a year ago. Half a year ago, he was not far away when Zhu Luqi was humiliated by the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, Feng Bui. He had witnessed everything clearly. He could completely understand how Zhu Luqi felt at that time. He must have wished he was dead. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he learned that Zhu Luqi took the risk to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique because of that incident. Palace Master Zhu's master is Grandmaster's little junior brother. Therefore, Palace Master Zhu can be considered as a member of my father's faction. He usually calls my father senior brother when he sees him. Gu Li explained in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian came to a realization when he heard this. If that was the case, then it was understandable that Gu Xiaoyan had a troubled expression. Palace Master Zhu is indeed a little muddle-headed. If he cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, who knows how many people he will harm? Alright, Uncle Gu, do you know what kind of inhumane method one uses to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Gu Xiaoyan. It's said that the devouring dark devil technique is cultivated by devouring the vital energy and blood of young women. The advancement of one's cultivation base is extremely fast. The young women whose vital energy and blood are devoured by the person who cultivates the devouring dark devil technique will turn into dried corpses in the end. Gu Xiaoyan's eyes flashed coldly as he said sternly, if Zhu Luqi really cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, I'll personally kill him the next time we meet. Devouring vital energy and blood? Turning into dried corpses? Although Duan Lingtian knew the cultivation method of the devouring dark devil technique was extremely vicious, he could not help but gasp when he found out the method. At the same time, his expression turned gloomy. What a vicious devil Dao cultivation method! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. He felt devil cultivators who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique were worse than beasts. Then, does this mean Su Jing will most likely be able to recover after being rescued by him? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was someone he wanted to kill. Initially, he thought Su Jing would definitely die this time. However, he did not expect Zhu Luqi would be the one to rescue him. Before Palace Master Zhu left, he said he'll kill Su Jing after obtaining the devouring dark devil technique. Gu Li said, although Palace Master Zhu's actions are difficult to accept, based on the words he left behind, it's clear he was forced to do so. He didn't really want to betray the mystical Sky Mansion. As long as he cultivates the devouring dark devil technique, he deserves to die. Gu Xiaoyan said sternly, kill Su Jing. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Duan Lingtian remained indifferent. Since Su Jing had a way to instigate Zhu Luqi to betray him and let Zhu Luqi save him, he must have a backup plan. He would not easily pass the devouring dark devil technique to Zhu Luqi. Due to this reason, He did not think Zhu Luqi would be able to kill Su Jing. It was not that Zhu Luqi was not strong enough to kill Su Jing, but Su Jing would use the devouring dark devil technique, a devil Dao cultivation method, to prevent Zhu Luqi from killing him. Su Jing, I'll definitely kill you the next time we meet, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed fiercely, as though he was about to devour Su Jing. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian immediately looked at Guli. Senior brother Guli, how many materials have you gathered? The materials you need are all in here. Guli took out a spatial ring and passed it to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian performed ownership claim on the spatial ring, he was shocked when he looked inside. The materials in the spatial ring were more than 10 times more than the materials he had gathered previously. Although Duan Lingtian was shocked, he was not surprised. This was because he had been in closed-door cultivation for almost half a year. With the mystical sky mansion's strength, it was not difficult for him to gather these materials in such a short time. Even so, Duan Lingtian was still grateful to the father and son from Gu clan, and the mansion master of mystical sky mansion. After obtaining the materials, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the father and son from Gu clan before he left and returned to his residence. After he returned, he immediately sent the materials into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and into Hualao's hands. Hualao, the materials in this spatial ring are more than 10 times more than the materials I gathered previously. However, I haven't found the 2 rarest materials yet. Don't tell me we don't have those 2 materials here? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he smiled wryly and anxiously. Not necessarily. Hualao's voice resonated. Don't forget that you're currently in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If I'm not mistaken, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land should be an independent pseudo-realm. Although it's a pseudo-realm, the environment there must be much better than the lower province. There must be more treasures there. Just because the lower province doesn't have those 2 materials, doesn't mean the upper province doesn't have them as well. Hualao finished his sentence in one breath. Pseudo-realm? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao. This was his first time hearing about a pseudo-realm in this world. A pseudo-realm refers to a realm that isn't considered a realm. I can't describe it in detail. You can understand it this way. A pseudo-realm is an independent realm formed by the turbulence of space. The environment in a pseudo-realm is usually very good. The environment I'm talking about is not only a cultivation environment, but it also includes various living environments. Hualao said. If I'm not mistaken, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land should be a pseudo-realm that appeared later on. After the pseudo-realm appeared, the backbone of the Dao Martial Saint Land went there. However, due to the limited resources there, the weaker forces and people in the Dao Martial Saint Land stayed there. That's how the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land came into being. Based on Hualao's tone when he said this, it was as though he had experienced it himself. Duan Lingtian nodded, although he did not fully understand. In fact, he still did not understand. What was the turbulence of space? Why would its turbulence be able to form an independent realm? As for what a realm was, he had heard Hualao mention it before. He knew it referred to a completely independent world. For example, the Earth in his previous life was located in a secular plane. It was a planet in that plane. The world he was in now was also a planet in the mundane plane. And in this mundane plane, there were probably thousands of different planets. I wonder if Earth is in this mundane realm as well. Chapter 1810. Then, does this mean the people from the Debussy subterranean were actually abandoned? After listening to Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. That's most likely the case. Hualao nodded. Then, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and went to repair the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Due to the fact that he had reached a bottleneck, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to continue cultivating. Instead, he left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and walked out of his room. I wonder how she's doing now that such a thing has happened. Zhu Luqi, the palace master of Heaven Palace, had betrayed the mystical sky mansion for the sake of the devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique. This was undoubtedly a great blow to his disciples. Wang Feixian was also one of Zhu Luqi's direct disciples. Duan Lingtian immediately went to Wang Feixian's residence. However, he discovered that Wang Feixian's residence was empty. She's not here. Duan Lingtian shook his head and prepared to return. At this moment, a few figures flashed past him. These few Heaven Palace's disciples seemed to be in a hurry. While they were on their way, they did not stop talking to each other. Let's go. Let's go and watch the show. If we're late, the show will come to an end. One of the Heaven Palace's disciples said in a hurried tone. Come to think of it, they're really innocent. To think that they, as disciples, have to bear the consequences of Lord Palace Master's actions. The few people from the Zhao clan are the best among the Heaven Palace's disciples. It's said that one of them has broken through to the early eminent saint stage a few days ago. He's still a Heaven Palace's disciple, even though he has broken through to the early eminent saint stage, and hasn't entered the mystical sky ranking or the main mansion. For this reason, even if the Zhao clan's disciple is an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it's not against the rules if he wants to teach Lord Palace Master's direct disciples a lesson. Even Lord Palace Master's direct disciples who have entered the mystical sky ranking and the main mansion can't interfere in today's matter. After all, according to our Mystical Sky Mansion's rules, Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who have entered the main mansion can't take the initiative to fight with the disciples from the four palaces. The few people's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The few Heaven Palace's direct disciples from the Palace Master's direct disciples are the Palace Master's direct disciples from the main mansion? Heaven's heaven. And he hasn't even entered the mystical sky rankings that mean he hasn't entered the mystical sky ranking? To the mystical heaven? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. It seems like he wants to rely on his eminent saint stage cultivation base to bully the Palace Master's direct disciples. Don't tell me great young Miss Wang is there as well? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he followed the few people who were passing by. He did not know the other direct disciples of the former Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi. Even if he heard they were being bullied, he would not interfere. However, he suspected the reason Wang Feixian was not at her residence was most likely because she was with the other direct disciples of Zhu Luqi. The few Heaven Palace's disciples soon discovered Duan Lingtian was following them. Naturally, this was also because Duan Lingtian had intentionally approached them and had no intention of hiding his tracks. Senior Brother Lingtian. When the few of them recognized Duan Lingtian, they came to a halt and bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian might have entered the mystical sky mansion later than them, in this world where only the strong ones were respected, apart from those who were related by blood, one's age and status would not be determined by one's age. Instead, one's status would be determined by one's strength. Although Duan Lingtian was younger than them, his strength was far above them. Due to this reason, they addressed him as senior brother very sincerely. And, at this moment, Duan Lingtian arrived next to the few of them and nodded at them with a smile as a greeting. When the few of them saw Duan Lingtian's smile, they felt as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. They could not help but sigh emotionally. This senior brother Lingtian did not put on any airs at all. He was unlike those who were slightly more capable and had their eyes on the top of their heads. What did you say earlier about the Palace Master's direct disciple having a conflict with the Zhao clan's disciples? Duan Lingtian asked. Due to Duan Lingtian's casual attitude, the few of them had a good impression of him. When faced with his question, the few of them immediately told him everything they knew. As it turned out, the few Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan had used the excuse of cleaning house to bully the few direct disciples under Zhu Luqi. Currently, they had a conflict, and it would not take long before both sides would fight. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, as long as one did not kill or maim someone, there were no restrictions on sparring. Senior Brother Lingtian, you seem to have a good relationship with Miss Feixian. I saw her earlier. I'm afraid she'll be at a disadvantage if she's with the Palace Master's direct disciples. One of the Heaven Palace's disciples reminded Duan Lingtian. This Heaven Palace's disciple knew there was going to be a good show, so he came to look for the others and asked them to join in the fun. As expected, she's here. Duan Lingtian nodded and followed the others to the peak of the Heaven Palace. This was because the people from the Zhao clan and Zhu Luqi's faction were confronting each other at the peak of the Heaven Palace. It would not take long before they started fighting. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he noticed a large group of people had gathered at the peak of the Heaven Palace. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing. In the end, there were even Earth Palace's disciples, Mystical Palace's disciples, and even Yellow Palace's disciples who came to watch the show. At the center of the crowd, two groups of people were confronting each other at the center of the vast platform. There were 5 people standing on one side. There were 4 people standing on the other side. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the 4 people standing side by side. He noticed Wang Feixian was there as well. At this moment, Wang Feixian was glaring at the 5 people in front of her. They were also the 5 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. Zhao Ji. Then, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhao Ji was among the 5 people from the Zhao clan. Zhao Ji, I've already made it clear that everything Master has done has nothing to do with us. We had no idea beforehand. Not only that, but Lord Qianping Sheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, has also informed us that the Mystical Sky Mansion won't implicate us for our master's mistake. A sturdy middle-aged man standing next to Wang Feixian said in a deep voice, Hong Gang, everyone knows how to play nice. What evidence do you have to prove that all of you have nothing to do with this matter? I really suspect that the reason Zhu Luqi was able to escape from the 2 guardians' pursuit is most likely because all of you are his spies. Zhao Ji said with narrowed eyes. The 4 people before him were the disciples of his partner, Zhu Luqi. If it was any other time, he would not have offended Zhu Luqi, even if he only cooperated with Zhu Luqi because of benefits. However, the reason he was here today was because his grandfather, Zhao Jin, had instructed him to do so. According to his grandfather, Zhao Jin had asked him to lead some men to teach these few direct disciples of Zhu Luqi a lesson. As the saying went, a son must repay a father's debt. Although Zhu Luqi was not their father, a master was like a father and a mother, so he could be considered as their father. Zhao Ji knew very well that his grandfather had made such a decision because he wanted Zhu Luqi to reveal some clues so he could capture Zhu Luqi. Although it was not very realistic, it was better to try than not try. You're lying. We had no idea what master had done beforehand. Zhao Ji, don't slander us. At this moment, it was not only Hong Gang and the other 2, but even Wang Feixian's expression had changed. Zhao Ji's accusation was too harsh. He actually accused them of being spies. Young Master Ji, why are you wasting your breath on them? Since they're unwilling to admit it, I'll teach them a lesson on behalf of their traitorous master. Let's see if they can still be as stubborn as they are now. The curly-bearded middle-aged man behind Zhao Ji grinned. His eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Hong Gang, Wang Feixian, and the other 2. Upon seeing this, Hong Gang's expression turned grave as he said angrily, Zhao Kun, if it wasn't for your good luck that made you break through to the eminent saint stage before me, would you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me? I, Hong Gang, will swear that if you dare to touch a single strand of hair on me, my junior brother, and my junior sister, I'll definitely not let you off the hook when I break through to the eminent saint stage. Before Zhao Kun had broken through, although his strength was not bad, he was still defeated by Hong Gang. Now that Zhao Kun had broken through to the eminent saint stage before him, he was in such a passive position. I don't know when you'll break through to the eminent saint stage. All I know is that you, Hong Gang, will have to obediently kneel in front of me, Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun chuckled strangely, as though he was a villain who had gotten his way. Young Master Ji, although Zhao Kun wanted to attack Hong Gang immediately, he still asked for instructions when he remembered Zhao Ji was present. When Zhao Kun saw Zhao Ji nodding his head, his body jolted before he stomped on the ground and charged toward Hong Gang like a storm. The air trembled in his wake as the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, A gust of wind swept out from Zhao Kuan's body, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter loudly. Hong Gang is nothing in front of senior brother Zhao Ji, who has broken through to the eminent saint stage. Hehe, let alone Hong Gang. Even if he joins forces with the other 3 people next to him, there's still no match for senior brother Zhao Kuan. With senior brother Zhao Kuan here, there's no need for us to make a move at all. The other 3 people next to Zhao Ji stood at the side and watched the show as well. Be careful, senior brother Hong. Be careful, senior brother. When Zhao Kuan charged toward Hong Gang, horror dawned on Wang Feixian and the other 2 people. At the same time, the 3 of them made their moves and charged toward Zhao Kuan as well. Although their senior brother Hong Gang was strong, he was no match for Zhao Kuan, who had broken through to the eminent saint stage. You want to join forces? Then, I'll let all of you join forces and receive my palm strike. Chapter 1811. After Zhao Kuan had broken through to the eminent saint stage, his true origin had undergone a tremendous change as well. At the very least, compared to the true origin at the peak of the refined saint stage, the true origin at the early eminent saint stage was like heaven and earth. Whoosh! Faced with the joint attack of Hong Gang, Wang Feixian, and the other 3, Zhao Kuan raised his hand and slapped his palm down. His vast true origin rumbled and transformed into a palm print that was the size of a small hill that enveloped Hong Gang and the other 3. Hong Gang and the other 3 consolidated their territories with their true origins and resisted with all their might without holding back at all. At this moment, it was impossible for them to hold back, even if they wanted to. This was because they were facing an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although the other party had just broken through to the eminent saint stage, he was already an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Although there was only one step between the early eminent saint stage and the peak of the refined saint stage, the difference between the 2 was like the difference between a fish and a dragon. If the peak of the refined saint stage was a fish, then the early eminent saint stage was a dragon that had crossed the dragon's gate. Boom! As Zhao Kuan's palm slammed down, the territories that Hong Gang and the other 3 managed to form with great difficulty were instantly destroyed by Zhao Kuan's palm print like a broken wall. Other than their territories, their techniques and true origins were also completely crushed by Zhao Kuan's palm print. At this moment, Zhao Kuan was fighting against 4 refined saint stage martial cultivators by himself. He was completely oppressing his opponents by beating them up. Bang! 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 Hong Gang and the other 3 were engulfed by Zhao Kuan's palm wind and were sent flying before crashing onto the ground in a wretched manner. Their originally rosy faces had turned as pale as a sheet of paper at this moment. Faced with Zhao Kuan, who had broken through to the early eminent saint stage, they were still unable to withstand a single blow, even when they attacked together. How powerful! So this is the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse? A powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage, 2 powerhouses at the mastery refined saint stage, and 1 powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage. Even when the 4 of them joined forces, they were still no match for Zhao Kuan. A few days ago, Zhao Kuan was defeated by Hong Gang. A few days later, when facing the joint forces of Hong Gang and 3 other people, he defeated Hong Gang and the others with just a single strike. The difference between now and then is really shocking. Zhao Kuan's breakthrough to the eminent saint stage is like a fish that has leaped through the dragon gate. Looking at the scene before them, the surrounding crowd was silent for a moment before they came back to their senses one by one. Their gazes all landed on Zhao Kuan, and their tones were filled with emotions. Unable to withstand a single blow, Zhao Kuan looked down at Hong Gang and the other 3 with a condescending gaze, his face full of disdain. At the same time, he stepped forward and walked towards the 4 severely injured people who had been sent flying. He seemed to want to do something. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in front of Zhao Kuan in a timely manner, blocking his path. That's enough. The person glanced at Zhao Kuan indifferently. Although his tone was calm, there was an unquestionable tone. Ling Tian. The person who blocked Zhao Kuan's path was none other than Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized by the surrounding crowd. Currently, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the mystical Sky Mansion. He was no longer the nameless brat who had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion. Ling Tian. When Zhao Ji, who was standing in the distance, saw Duan Ling Tian, his eyes could not help but widen. A cold, killing intent flashed in the depth of his eyes. When Zhao Ji saw Duan Ling Tian, the first thing that came to his mind was how Duan Ling Tian had slapped him twice in public. Then, he recalled how Duan Ling Tian had kicked him out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone, causing him to miss the divine ability relic in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. If there was someone he hated the most in his life, it would undoubtedly be Ling Tian. Moreover, he was eager to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique and raise his strength quickly. Part of the reason was to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. It's Ling Tian. Is he trying to stand up for Hong Gang and the others? I've never heard of him being friends with Hong Gang. What's he trying to do? Hehe. Don't forget that Ling Tian and the Zhao clan are like fire and water. Before entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he had already slapped Zhao Ji twice in public and humiliated him. After entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone, he even kicked out Zhao Ji, who had just entered the Saint Martial Secret Zone 3 days ago. Then, he even kicked out the other 3 disciples from the Zhao clan. To him, the Zhao clan won't change their attitude toward him even if he doesn't show up today. I know that. However, even if the Zhao clan won't change their attitude toward him, it seems a little irrational for him to stand up for him at this time. Right? Zhao Kuan is not Zhao Ji. He's at the eminent saint stage. Don't forget that although Ling Tian and Hong Gang aren't friends, he's quite close to Wang Feixian. I've seen them together a lot in the past. I'm sure their relationship isn't that simple. I almost forgot about Wang Feixian. Ling Tian is really angry because of a beauty. Many pairs of eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feixian. Wang Feixian was originally in a bad mood because she was injured by Zhao Kuan. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian had appeared in time to stop Zhao Kuan, her mood was lifted. When she heard the discussions in the surroundings and looked at Duan Ling Tian's back, a hint of gentleness could be seen in her eyes. Ling Tian. You're Ling Tian. Originally, Zhao Kuan was very angry when he saw someone blocking in front of him. However, when he heard the people around him say that the young man in front of him was Ling Tian, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. He was extremely excited. He could not help but feel excited. As a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan, he had long heard about the Lord Guardian of their Zhao clan saying whoever could kill Ling Tian would become his adopted son or daughter. Everyone in the Zhao clan had gone crazy because of this. Many people even kept their eyes on Ling Tian and kept an eye on him. They were waiting for Ling Tian to come out, or how to lure Ling Tian out so they could kill him. Right now Ling Tian was right in front of him, so close to him. How could he not feel excited? Do I know you? When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Kuan looking at him, as though he had seen a peerless treasure, he asked with a frown on his face. It doesn't matter if you know me or not. It's fine as long as you're Ling Tian. Zhao Kuan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as calmly as possible and asked in a deep voice, "Why? Do you intend to stand up for them at this moment?" Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Kuan and did not reply to him. Even if you don't say it, I can see it. Zhao Kuan did not seem to mind Duan Ling Tian's disregard at all. He continued to say to Duan Ling Tian, "It's fine if you want to stand up for them. I'll give you a chance. What do you think? This chance will allow you to stand up for them and vent their anger." "I'd like to hear the details." Duan Ling Tian finally spoke. His tone was as calm as usual. "Think about it. If you fight with me here, even if you're stronger than me, you can only injure me. You won't be able to kill or maim me. I'll give you a chance. Let's go to the Hall of Life and Death and have a Hall of Life and Death elder be our witness. We'll sign a death pact and fight to our heart's content. What do you think?" Zhao Kuan said patiently. When he reached the end of his sentence, his tone was calm, but it seemed to be filled with temptation. "At that time, even if you kill me, you won't violate the mansion's rules and won't be punished by the enforcement hall. Hall of Life and Death. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he knew what kind of place Zhao Kun was talking about. In the mystical sky mansion, whether it was the main mansion, Heaven Palace, Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, or Yellow Palace, there was a Hall of Life and Death in each of them. The Hall of Life and Death was a place for Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples to settle their grudges. As long as 2 Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples went to the Hall of Life and Death and signed a death pact, they would be able to have a death duel without being bound by the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules. Usually, only 2 people who had great enmity with each other would go to the Hall of Life and Death to sign a death pact. However, Zhao Kun actually suggested for him to sign a death pact with him. Hall of Life and Death. While Duan Lingtian was shocked, the other people present on the scene were also dumbfounded. The originally noisy atmosphere fell silent at this moment. Zhao Kun actually invited Lingtian to a death duel. He wanted to kill Lingtian? This was the same thought that appeared in everyone's mind. This Zhao Kun, he wants to use this opportunity to kill Lingtian. What a good plan. He actually wants to kill Lingtian legitimately to avenge the Zhao clan. However, it's up to Lingtian whether he agrees or not. If I'm Lingtian, I definitely won't agree to such a ridiculous suggestion. Since Zhao Kun suggested this, he must be confident he'll win. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Wang Feixian, everyone present, including Zhao Kun, did not think Duan Lingtian would agree to it. What? You don't dare to? Zhao Kun sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian did not reply to him. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. Zhao Kun. At this moment, Zhao Ji sent a voice transmission to Zhao Kun and said coldly, "Stop your foolish actions. I want to kill Lingtian with my own hands." Although he did not think Lingtian would agree to Zhao Kun's death duel invitation, he could not help but stop Zhao Kun just to be safe. If it was in the past, he would not have minded Lingtian being killed by Zhao Kun. However, now that he was about to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, it would only take him 1 or 2 years to surpass Lingtian. For this reason, he did not want to borrow someone else's hand to kill Lingtian. He wanted to kill Lingtian with his own hands to avenge the hatred from the past. For this reason, he even decided to ask his grandfather to revoke the order to kill Duan Lingtian. Zhao Kun did not expect Zhao Ji would send him a voice transmission to warn him not to provoke Duan Lingtian, and not to make a move on Duan Lingtian. You want to kill him with your own hands? Do you have the strength to do so? Chapter 1812. Although Zhao Kun did not dare to question Zhao Ji, he did not intend to bother with him. What a joke! The opportunity to kill Lingtian was right in front of him. Unless he was crazy, he would not give up on this opportunity. Once he killed Lingtian in the Hall of Death, he would become the godson of Zhao Jin, the strongest person in the Zhao clan. At that time, his position in the Zhao clan would be on par with Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng. Even if he was not on par with Zhao Deng, he would still be higher than the others. Even Zhao Ji would have to address him as uncle when they met. When Zhao Kun thought of that, he felt a little smug. How could he be in the mood to bother with Zhao Ji? Actually, it's fine if you don't dare to. I understand, Zhao Kun said with a faint smile when he saw Duan Lingtian did not respond. It was as though it was fine if Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept his invitation to a death duel. However, his smile was despicable no matter how one looked at it. His eyes were filled with condescending contempt and disdain. After he finished speaking, Zhao Kun continued to say as though he was still not satisfied. To be able to give birth to such a cowardly son, I'm sure your parents must be cowards as well. In my opinion, you shouldn't be called Ling Tian. You should be called Shu Tian instead. If Zhao Kun's previous words were considered polite, his current words were undoubtedly provoking Duan Lingtian, and provoking Duan Lingtian. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Zhao Kun's words, the other 3 Heaven Palace's disciples from the Zhao clan could not help but laugh out loud. Shutian? That's a pretty good name. It's a pretty good name. It sounds much better than Ling Tian. When Zhao Kun thought about the benefits he would obtain after killing Duan Lingtian, he no longer cared about anything else. Zhao Kun, what are you doing? Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Zhao Kun. He did not expect Zhao Kun would dare to disobey him and look down on him. However, even though his voice was stern, Zhao Kun still ignored him. Currently, Zhao Kun was only thinking about how to kill Ling Tian and obtain the reward promised by the Lord Guardian of the Zhao clan. Today, not to mention Zhao Ji, even if Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, was here, he wouldn't even bat an eye. No one could stop Zhao Kun's path to the heavens. Following Zhao Kun's words, everyone's gazes simultaneously landed on Duan Lingtian. They all wanted to know how Duan Lingtian would react. Isn't this Zhao Kun too ruthless? Not only did he want Duan Lingtian to go to the Hall of Life and Death with him, he even used such a despicable method to enrage Ling Tian. That's right. This method is too despicable. He wants to make Ling Tian lose his mind and accept his life and death battle invitation. Ling Tian must have seen through his intentions. He probably won't fall for it. However, the thoughts of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were destined to be their own. If Zhao Kun had only insulted Duan Lingtian, he would not be bothered. Naturally, if he did not care about Zhao Kun, he would definitely accept Zhao Kun's life and death battle invitation. However, Zhao Kun actually insulted his parents with his words. A dragon had a reverse scale. Those who touched it would definitely die. Duan Lingtian's parents were his reverse scale, especially his mother. In his eyes, she was even more important than his own life. However, today she was insulted by a rascal. At this moment, Duan Lingtian really had the urge to charge forward and kill Zhao Kun with one slap. In the end, his rationality reminded him to remain calm. If he killed Zhao Kun just like that, he would undoubtedly violate the Mystical Sky Mansion's rules. He knew he was not a match for the Enforcement Hall of Mystical Sky Mansion with his current strength. For this reason, he chose to remain calm. Naturally, the calmness in Duan Lingtian's eyes was the calmness in his eyes. In the eyes of the onlookers, including Zhao Kun, Duan Lingtian was not calm at all. This was because Duan Lingtian was angered by Zhao Kun's words to the point his eyes turned cold. He could no longer maintain his calm. Ling Tian seems to be very angry. Of course, it would be strange if he's not angry when Zhao Kun insulted his parents. If someone insulted your parents, would you still be able to remain calm? Of course not. I must kill him. At this moment, more and more people began to wonder if Duan Lingtian would be able to maintain his rationality and reject Zhao Kun's life and death battle invitation. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian finally spoke. His voice was extremely cold, as though it came from an ice cave. It sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stepped out and left the peak of the Heaven Palace. He agreed. When Duan Lingtian's words entered everyone's ears, most of them were stunned. Ling Tian agreed to Zhao Kun's life and death battle invitation? That should be the case. Based on his words, it seems like he's going to the Hall of Death now. No way. He agreed just like that. Isn't he a little too rash? Everyone has a bottom line. Perhaps Ling Tian's parents are his bottom line. Even if he knows he'll die, he'll still fight for his parents. I won't comment on Ling Tian today. However, I admire his filial piety. He's seeking his own death. He's seeking his own death. Amidst the discussions, the group of people on the peak of the Heaven Palace began to make their way to the Hall of Death in the Heaven Palace. Naturally, there were also some people who flew away. It was obvious they wanted to inform the others to come and watch the show, let alone the Hall of Death in the Heaven Palace. Even the few halls of death in the Mystical Sky Mansion did not have a single Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple who had entered to sign a death pact in the past 2 years. For this reason, there was no doubt many people were interested in the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kun today. Even some of the famous Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples on the Mystical Sky ranking came to watch the show when they heard about this. Due to this reason, it did not take long before the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death was filled with people. The crowd automatically parted to form a path. The person who was walking slowly on this path toward the Hall of Death was none other than Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, Suddenly, a figure shot out from the crowd and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Don't be rash. The person who appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than Hong Gang, who had rushed over with Wang Feixian. Due to the fact that he had suffered quite a serious injury earlier, his face was still extremely pale. He had forced himself to rush over to Duan Lingtian and block his path. In his opinion, the reason Duan Lingtian had accepted Zhao Kuan's invitation to a death duel was all because of him and his junior brother and junior sister. Due to this reason, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Hong Gang. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Wang Feixian had also rushed over and appeared next to Hong Gang. She immediately asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Previously, when you were in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, you displayed a speed that's comparable to an eminent Saint stage powerhouse. Are you really confident you can win the battle with Zhao Kuan? I believe you won't lose your mind, even if Zhao Kuan provoked you like that. From the beginning until the end, Wang Feixian felt Duan Lingtian would not have accepted Zhao Kuan's invitation to the death duel if he was not confident he could win. However, at this moment, she could not help but want to confirm it. He'll definitely die today. Upon hearing Wang Feixian's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold gleam flashed in them. At the same time, he replied to Wang Feixian through voice transmission. I understand. Wang Feixian nodded. She was about to call out to Hong Gang and ask him to move aside, so he would not block Duan Lingtian's path. However, before Wang Feixian could say anything, a sneer sounded in the air. What's wrong? Don't tell me both of you want to sign a death duel pact and have a death duel with me as well? The owner of the voice was none other than Zhao Kuan, who had just arrived at the Hall of Death. His words were directed at Wang Feixian and Hong Gang, who were blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Senior brother Hong Gang, don't worry. Lingtian will definitely kill him. Let's go. At the same time, Wang Feixian also spoke to Hong Gang through voice transmission before she led Hong Gang away. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they no longer blocked Duan Lingtian's path. At least you know what's good for you. When Zhao Kuan saw Wang Feixian and Hong Gang making way for him, he naturally thought they were afraid of him. He smirked smugly. The group of people in the surroundings naturally thought the same as well. Little junior sister, did you just say Lingtian will be able to kill him? Hong Gang, who was still in a daze when he was brought away from Duan Lingtian by Wang Feixian, finally regained his senses. His eyes were wide open as he asked Wang Feixian in a low voice. Don't worry, senior brother. Lingtian won't do anything he's not confident in. I know him. Wang Feixian replied. When she reached the end of her sentence, she seemed to have realized her slip of the tongue as her cheeks flushed red. However, Hong Gang was not in the mood to appreciate this. Wang Feixian's words were like a bolt from the blue that struck his head, causing his mind to go blank. He only regained his senses after a long time. When he regained his senses, his heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Didn't Lingtian just break through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago? Don't tell me he has already broken through to the eminent saint stage? Otherwise, why would junior sister say he won't do anything he's not confident in? Just like how Wang Feixian believed in Lingtian, he also believed in his little junior sister. Although he hadn't known this junior sister of his for long, he knew that this junior sister of his was definitely not the kind of person who would speak without thinking. Soon after, the other two disciples of Zhu Luqi arrived as well. Is Lingtian confident in winning? When they learned from Wang Feixian that Duan Lingtian was confident in winning the death duel, they were also stunned. However, despite their shock, they still chose to believe in their little junior sister before them. Usually, nobody would come to the Hall of Life and Death. However, the sudden appearance of so many people shocked the Heaven Palace's elder, who was guarding the place. When he walked out of the Hall of Life and Death, he instantly learned about what had happened from the people around him. The two of you are going to sign the death pact. Chapter 1813. Yes, elder. Zhao Kuan was arrogant and conceited in front of Duan Lingtian, but he was as docile as a cat in front of the Heaven Palace's elder from the Hall of Life and Death. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to the Heaven Palace's elder's question. You're Lingtian? It was apparent the Heaven Palace's elder was more interested in Duan Lingtian than he was in Zhao Kun. He merely glanced at Zhao Kun indifferently before focusing all his attention on Duan Lingtian. When Zhao Kun saw this, his eyes flashed coldly. What a senseless old man. Don't you know Lingtian is going to die soon? Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that regardless of strength or innate talent, he would never be able to catch up to Lingtian. Although his current cultivation base was higher than Lingtian, how old was Lingtian compared to him? There was no comparison at all. When Duan Lingtian saw the Heaven Palace's elder looking at him, he could no longer nod. He smiled faintly and said, I'm Lingtian. I heard your current cultivation base is only at the peak of the refined saint stage, but he has already broken through to the early eminent saint stage a few days ago. Do you really want to sign a death pact with him and have a death duel? The Heaven Palace's elder asked. This time, before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth, Zhao Kun could not help but interject. Elder, as the person in charge of the Hall of Life and Death, your duty should be to witness us signing a death pact, right? As for the other matters, it's none of your business, right? At this moment, even if he risked offending this Heaven Palace's elder, he had to speak up. Who knew if Lingtian would change his mind if the elder continued to persuade him? If he changed his mind, who would he cry to? He was prepared to kill Lingtian and look for the Lord Guardian of his Zhao clan to claim his reward. Zhao Kun, are you questioning me? As the person in charge of the Hall of Life and Death, this Heaven Palace's elder was, naturally, not someone to be trifled with. When he looked at Zhao Kun again, his eyes gleamed fiercely. Zhao Kun wouldn't dare. Zhao Kun quickly lowered his head, but he continued to say, as the saying goes, honest words are unpleasant to the ear. Elder, please do your job properly and don't interfere too much. It's not up to a junior like you to tell me what to do. The Heavenly Hall's elder did not expect Zhao Kun to be so presumptuous. His face immediately darkened. It's not his place to tell you what to do. But is it my place to tell you what to do? Just as many people felt that Zhao Kun was about to run out of luck, a voice rang out from afar. The voice was filled with majesty, and it attracted everyone's attention. They all wanted to know who dared to speak to the person in charge of the Heavenly Palace's Hall of Life and Death in such a manner. Father! Among the people present, Zhao Ji was the first to recognize the voice without turning around. After recognizing him, Zhao Ji turned around with a look of pleasant surprise on his face. He flew toward the middle-aged man who was flying over from afar, and joined up with him. It's Vice Principal Zhao Deng. I didn't expect Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng to come as well. It seems like the battle between Lingtian and Zhao Kun is going to be very interesting. If they find out Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng has personally come, those who didn't come will definitely regret it. After recognizing Zhao Deng, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene was shocked as they began to discuss among themselves. Zhao Deng. When Duan Lingtian saw Zhao Deng, he could not help but frown. He did not expect this fellow to come as well. What was he doing here? Was he here to watch the show and see how he would be killed by Zhao Kun? Unfortunately, he would most likely be disappointed. Junior brother Lingtian. At the same time, another loud voice resonated from afar as a familiar figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Senior brother Guli. When Duan Lingtian saw the newcomer, a rare smile appeared on his face. He did not expect Guli to come as well. Vice Mansion Master Zhao actually came as well. It seems like Vice Mansion Master Zhao is looking forward to this battle as well. When Guli arrived outside the Hall of Death, he immediately looked at Zhao Deng and took the initiative to greet him. I just came to have a look, Zhao Deng replied nonchalantly. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, in terms of identity, excluding his identity as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he and Guli were both the sons of guardians. In terms of innate talent, he was not comparable to Guli. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than Guli. However, this was because he was older than Guli. When Guli reached his current age, he would only be stronger than him. Moreover, after a few years, Guli would most likely surpass him. Due to this reason, He could not ignore Guli's greeting. Guli nodded before he soared into the air and arrived next to Duan Lingtian. However, the first person he greeted was not Duan Lingtian. Instead, it was the Heaven Palace's elder, the person in charge of the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian. Junior Uncle Chung, it's been a few years since we last met. You're still as young as before. You're still the same as before. You like to be glib-tongued. I heard you're now the strongest person on the mystical sky ranking. Not bad. The Heaven Palace's elder replied to Guli with a smile. Junior brother Lingtian, this is Junior Uncle Chung Yin. He can be considered as my father's junior brother. His master is the senior brother of my grand master. At this moment, Guli introduced Duan Lingtian to him. Elder Chung, I didn't know your senior brother Gu's junior uncle. Please forgive me for my earlier offense. After learning about this Heaven Palace's elder's other identity, Duan Lingtian was only stunned for a moment before he took the initiative to cup his hands together and apologize. Earlier, when Chung Yin took the initiative to remind him that he was not a match for Zhao Kun, he was puzzled. He did not know this Heaven Palace's elder at all. Why would he be so kind as to remind him? Now that Duan Lingtian found out Chung Yin was Gu Li's junior uncle, realization dawned on him. He believed Chung Yin must have known about his friendship with Gu Li. Otherwise, he would not have reminded him. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, Zhao Kun, who was standing at the side, naturally thought of this as well. His expression turned grave immediately, as he prayed in his heart that nothing would happen later. This Lingtian must definitely sign a life and death contract with him. He must not go back on his words at the critical moment. If Duan Lingtian went back on his words and refused to sign a death pact with him, he would not dare to kill Duan Lingtian in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate even if he wanted to. Elder Chung, since they're here to sign a death pact, why don't you take the death pact out and let them sign it? I really want to see the fierce battle as soon as possible. I believe it'll be an exciting battle. At the same time, Zhao Deng brought Zhao Ji over and said as he looked at Chung Yin. In other words, he was urging Chung Yin to quickly take out the death pact and let Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kun sign it. Father, the moment Zhao Deng's words left his mouth and Chung Yin was looking at Gu Li, a voice transmission suddenly sounded in Zhao Deng's ears. Zhao Deng could tell it was his son's voice transmission. Ji, what's wrong? Father, quickly order Zhao Kun to go back on his words. Don't let him sign the death pact. Zhao Ji continued to transmit his voice, and his tone was filled with urging. Why? Zhao Deng was puzzled. Didn't you want Ling Tian to die since a long time ago? If he signs the death pact today, he'll definitely die if he faces Zhao Kun, who has broken through to the eminent saint stage. I know. I just don't want Ling Tian to die now. Father, I want to kill Ling Tian personally. I don't want to rely on others. Zhao Ji said again. Ji, are you out of your mind? When your grandfather gave the order to kill Ling Tian, you were very supportive. Why are you going back on your words now? Zhao Deng was puzzled. He did not know if his son had taken the wrong medicine. Naturally, Zhao Ji did not take the wrong medicine. The reason he changed so much was because he did not have any hope of surpassing Duan Lingtian. However, now that he was about to obtain the devouring dark devil technique, he would be able to surpass Duan Lingtian in 1 or 2 years. For this reason, he did not want to rely on others to kill Duan Lingtian. However, could he tell his father what was on his mind? Father, my cultivation has slowed down a lot recently. I think it has something to do with Ling Tian. I'm worried that if I don't kill Ling Tian with my own hands, my cultivation will be greatly affected. Zhao Ji came up with a clumsy excuse. Ji, I know you want to take revenge with your own hands. However, with your innate talent, the gap between you and Ling Tian will only grow bigger and bigger in the future. In the end, even your grandfather and I won't be able to suppress him, let alone you, Zhao Deng said. That's why you shouldn't be so stubborn. Just let Zhao Kun kill him. As for the problem with your cultivation, it's not a problem at all. The main thing is that you'll be happy if Ling Tian dies. Once you're happy, the efficiency of your cultivation will naturally increase. Trust me, I've been there before. Zhao Deng finished speaking in one breath. No matter what excuses Zhao Ji came up with, Zhao Deng had no intention of stopping Zhao Kun. In the end, Zhao Ji almost blurted out the devouring dark devil technique. Fortunately, he managed to hold himself back at the last moment. While Zhao Deng and his son were conversing through voice transmission, Cheng Yin also conversed with Gu Li through voice transmission. He hoped that Gu Li would persuade Duan Lingtian to go back on his word and not sign the death pact with Duan Lingtian. After all, he did not think Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning. Gu Li also asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. After receiving Duan Lingtian's firm reply, Gu Li said to Cheng Yin, "Junior Uncle Cheng, don't worry. Junior brother Lingtian won't do anything he's not confident in. Take out the death pact." Although Cheng Yin did not know why Gu Li trusted Duan Lingtian so much, he knew it was useless for him to say anything at this moment. After all, the person in question was much calmer than him. For this reason, when Zhao Deng looked at him again and was about to urge him, he quickly took out the death pact. Boom! The death pact in the mystical Sky Mansion's Hall of Death was a gigantic stone tablet that fell to the ground with a loud bang. At first glance, one could see rows and rows of words were densely engraved on it. It was the content of the death pact. At the bottom of the stone tablet, there were 2 empty spots. Both of you will have to place your palm on it once, and this death pact will be considered complete. Chapter 1814. Bang! The moment Cheng Yun's words left his mouth, Zhao Kun made his move at lightning speed. He struck his palm out in the air and left a deep palm print on the death pact stone tablet, establishing the death pact. After Zhao Kun withdrew his hand, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of provocation and disdain in his eyes. Naturally, there was also a hint of anxiety in his heart. Now that things had come to this point, if Lingtian went back on his word, everything he had done would be for naught. Will Lingtian really establish a death pact with Zhao Kun? The group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were watching the battle looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. At this moment, their hearts were in their mouths. Bang! It was only when they saw Duan Lingtian striking the death pact stone tablet with his palm that the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples finally felt at ease. After they felt at ease, many of them narrowed their eyes. Some of them could not help but gasp. Lingtian actually signed a life and death contract. Is he not afraid of death? Although his strength is not bad, and he can be considered as one of the best among those at the peak of the refined saint stage, no matter how powerful a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage is, it's impossible for him to be a match for an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. That's right. If Zhao Kun hasn't broken through to the eminent saint stage, he might not be a match for him. However, the problem is Zhao Kun has already broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. Even Hong Gang, who was stronger than him previously, is like a chicken in front of him. He can't even withstand a single blow. I really don't know what Lingtian is thinking. He knows it's a trap, but he still wants to jump into it. Rashness is the devil. I'm afraid Lingtian is going to die here today. Outside the Hall of Death, voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. However, none of those who spoke thought highly of Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, they don't think highly of you at all. Gu Li transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Hints of mockery could be heard in his voice. How do you feel after hearing their words? Do you wish you could explain yourself? That's not necessary. Duan Lingtian shook his head and replied, "The truth will shut them up." It seems that you are very confident. Gu Li took a deep look at Duan Lingtian and said. In fact, even Gu Li was not sure whether Duan Lingtian could fight with Zhao Kun, who had broken through to the Great Sage Realm. However, since this was Duan Lingtian's choice, and he trusted Duan Lingtian, he had no intention of stopping him. Could it be that junior brother Lingtian has also broken through to the Great Sage Realm? Gu Li narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It's been a long time since the mystical Sky Mansion was so lively. At the same time, Zhao Deng spoke with a smile on his face. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Today, I hope that the two of you can show us all your strength and bring us an exciting battle between a dragon and a tiger. Since you've already made a death pact, there's no need to hold back. Let's fight to our heart's content. One must admit that as the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng was indeed capable. The moment his words left his mouth, it caused the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene to feel their blood boiling. It was as though they were the ones who had made the death pact, and not Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kun. Humph! When Zhao Ji saw that even his father did not believe him, he was so angry that he snorted before he turned around and left. Naturally, he only left Zhao Deng's side. He did not leave the Hall of Death. Even if Ling Tian was going to die, he still wanted to witness the battle with his own eyes. Since the death pact has been made, both of you can choose a place to have the death pact. The person in charge of the Hall of Death, Elder Cheng Yin of the Heaven Palace, said to Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kun. Ling Tian, I'll let you have this opportunity. You can choose a place with good feng shui to be your grave. Zhao Kun smiled evilly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on his words and actions, it was as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would win. A few days ago, Zhao Kun had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. He was not afraid of Ling Tian, who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage less than a year ago. Even the most outstanding young genius in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land might not be able to break through to the eminent saint stage after breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage less than a year ago. Due to this reason, Zhao Kun did not even think about the possibility of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the eminent saint stage. Apart from Zhao Kun, even Zhao Deng and the other Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to break through to the early eminent saint stage from the mastery refined saint stage in just a year. This was almost impossible. Naturally, there were also people who suspected Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. Wang Feixian and Guli, they suspected Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. Wang Feixian, in particular, had seen Duan Lingtian's speed that was comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse in the Saint Martial Secret Zone half a year ago. However, when she asked Duan Lingtian if he had already broken through to the eminent saint stage, Duan Lingtian told her he had not. Naturally, Wang Feixian did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. Give it to me? Choose a place with good feng shui to be my grave? Upon hearing Zhao Kun's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing. A bright smile appeared on his gloomy face at this moment, as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Zhao Kun's expression changed. He felt as though Duan Lingtian did not take him seriously at all. He was instantly infuriated. There's no need for you to prepare my grave. However, it seems like it's not suitable for you to be buried here. Otherwise, you'll tarnish the pure land of the Hall of Life and Death. Duan Lingtian said calmly in the beginning. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, he began to speak rapidly. Just when almost everyone, including Zhao Kun, thought Duan Lingtian was being too arrogant, Duan Lingtian finally made his move. In just an instant, the sun true origin on Duan Lingtian's body soared. It was extremely dazzling. In the eyes of the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, it was as though he had transformed into a blazing sun that was moving rapidly. Before everyone had time to react, that blazing sun had already overlapped with Zhao Kun's body. Be careful. Among the people present on the scene, Zhao Deng was the strongest. Due to this reason, he was the first to react and reminded Zhao Kun. This was because he discovered that Ling Tian, whom the Zhao clan viewed as their mortal enemy, had also broken through to the eminent saint stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. Even an ordinary intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse wouldn't be as fast as him. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Zhao Kun was most likely not a match for Ling Tian at all. Whoosh! While Zhao Deng was still in a daze, Duan Lingtian had already appeared in front of Zhao Kun. Just like what Zhao Deng had seen, the speed he displayed earlier was much faster than most intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. For this reason, Zhao Kun only regained his senses when he appeared in front of him. How fast? This was Zhao Kun's first reaction when Duan Lingtian appeared in front of him. Duan Lingtian's speed had even surpassed his own. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kun did not have time to think about why Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast. His consciousness immediately urged the true origin in his body to gush out through the dozens of saint veins in his body. It was as though he could only feel safe when he was surrounded by true origin. Unfortunately, he had too few saint veins. At the very least, it was pitifully few compared to the saint veins in Duan Lingtian's body. If he had 99 saint veins like Duan Lingtian, his true origin would have already broken out of his body in just a blink of an eye. However, when his true origin was still halfway there, Duan Lingtian's right hand, that contained the sun true origin, had already landed on his shoulder like an eagle's claw. With a loud crack, his shoulder was crushed. At the same time, Zhao Kun only felt a wave of vast energy sweeping out from Duan Lingtian's hand and surging into his body. It directly crushed the true origin that he had yet to mobilize. The intense pain, accompanied by the crushing of the true origin in his body, caused Zhao Kun's mood to drop from heaven to hell in an instant. At that moment, if he still did not realize that Duan Lingtian's strength was far above his, he would have lived for so many years in vain. Spare! Zhao Kun opened his mouth in pain. His forehead was covered in sweat, and before he could even open his mouth to beg for mercy, Duan Lingtian had already brought him out of the Hall of Life and Death in Sky Palace. They arrived in the void not far away, and below them was a bottomless abyss. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian gradually withdrew the sun true origin in his body, allowing him and Zhao Kun's figures to be clearly reflected in the crowd's eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Spare, spare. Lingtian, senior brother. At some point, Duan Lingtian's hand that was grabbing Zhao Kun's shoulder had already moved to Zhao Kun's neck. Zhao Kun kept struggling, but he could not break free from Duan Lingtian's control at all. He could only desperately beg for mercy, and his face was so red that it seemed like blood would drip out. It was not that Zhao Kun did not mobilize the true origin in his body, but every time his true origin was mobilized, it would be shattered by the power that Duan Lingtian poured into his body. Duan Lingtian's power invaded his body domineeringly and took over the magpie's nest. In order to do this to him, an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, the person who made the move must at least be in existence above the intermediate eminent saint stage. Only the true origin of an existence above the intermediate eminent saint stage could crush his true origin. Intermediate eminent saint stage. This Lingtian is an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. Zhao Kun, who was in despair, kept shouting silently in his heart. He regretted it, he really regretted it. If God gave him a chance to start over, he would never take the initiative to provoke this Lingtian. Even if he could become the foster son of their Zhao clan's Lord Guardian, after killing this Lingtian, he would not have any thoughts about this Lingtian. This was because the other party was not someone he could deal with at all. Silence. It was dead silent outside the Hall of Life and Death. In fact, other than Zhao Kun's begging for mercy, no other sound could be heard in the surrounding area at this time. After a while, some people regained their senses one after another, and looked at the scene in the distance with their mouths agape. Hiss, 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 hiss. Chapter 1815. How's this possible? The scene before him continuously assaulted Zhao Ji's eyes, causing his emotions to surge. He was unable to calm down for a long time. Initially, he thought Lingtian would die in Zhao Kun's hands today since Zhao Kun had already broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. It was impossible for Lingtian to break through to the eminent saint stage. However, reality gave him a slap in the face. It was impossible for Lingtian to break through to the eminent saint stage. Put everything else aside, just the strength Lingtian displayed earlier was 100% at the eminent saint stage. Moreover, it was not as simple as just breaking through to the eminent saint stage. Did he not see how Zhao Kun did not even have the strength to fight back, and was toyed with by him? This Ling Tian must be eliminated. Zhao Deng's eyes gleamed coldly. If it was not for the fact that this was the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, he would have made his move and killed Ling Tian. The enmity between their Zhao clan and Ling Tian had long been established. They would not rest until one of them was dead. Naturally, he did not want Ling Tian to grow stronger. Once a young man with such monstrous innate talent grew up, let alone him, even his father would be trampled by this young man one day. Junior brother Ling Tian. Guli stared at Duan Ling Tian in shock. As a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, it was only natural he could see Duan Ling Tian's speed earlier. Although it was not as fast as a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, it was much faster than most intermediate eminent saint stage martial cultivators. When did he break through to the eminent saint stage? I've never heard him mention it before. Junior brother Ling Tian, you're really good at hiding things from me. Guli did not know when, but a hint of bitterness could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He really has broken through to the eminent saint stage. Humph. To think he lied to me, and said he didn't break through. Wang Fei Xian let out a sigh of relief and snorted. Hong Gang, and the other two direct disciples of Zhu Luqi, who were standing next to him, were dumbstruck. Ling Tian has actually broken through to the eminent saint stage? No wonder he dared to accept Zhao Kuan's deathmatch invitation. It turns out that he's not afraid of Zhao Kuan at all. I'm afraid his strength isn't as simple as having just broken through to the eminent saint stage. In front of him, Zhao Kuan doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Hong Gang sucked in a breath of cold air and slowly said, the person in charge of the Hall of Life and Death, the Heaven Palace's elder Cheng Yin, was also looking at Duan Ling Tian in shock. It's hard to imagine that he's not even 40 years old. With his current strength, he can be said to be the strongest person among the younger generation in the Debussy subterranean. At the same time, the other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples also regained their senses. They looked at Duan Ling Tian, as though they had seen a ghost. Not long ago, all of them thought Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. However, the truth was right before their eyes. All of them could not help but feel embarrassed. They felt their previous thoughts were extremely foolish. Under such an atmosphere, the scene fell silent for a while. Mercy! When the scene fell silent, Duan Ling Tian's voice resonated clearly in the air. He was speaking to Zhao Kuan, whose neck he was choking. Earlier, when you insulted me, did you ever think of begging me for mercy? When you insulted my parents, did you ever think of begging me for mercy? Duan Ling Tian's voice gradually turned cold. If I'm not as strong as you, would you have let me go in today's death match? Duan Ling Tian asked 3 questions in a row, causing Zhao Kuan to be rendered speechless. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort resonated in the air. Zhao Deng had soared up into the air and was flying away. It was obvious he was preparing to leave. Lord Vice Mansion Master, save me. Zhao Kuan became anxious when he saw Zhao Deng was about to leave. He struggled with all his might to beg for help. When everyone's eyes landed on Zhao Deng, he came to a halt and turned around to look at Zhao Kuan indifferently. Zhao Kuan, you're the one who initiated the death match. You're also the one who signed the death pact first. Let alone me. Even if my father is here, he won't be able to save you. If we save you, what's the point of the mystical Sky Mansion's Hall of Death? What's the point of the death pact? Zhao Deng's words were filled with righteousness. Many of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples nodded in agreement. They felt Zhao Deng, the Vice Mansion Master, was sensible and did not break the rules of the Hall of Death just because Zhao Kuan was from the Zhao clan. When Zhao Deng noticed the change in the gazes of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, he knew he had achieved his goal. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being weak. These were the last words Zhao Deng left for Zhao Kuan before he left. After Zhao Deng left, Zhao Kuan's eyes were filled with despair. His head twitched violently a few times as his aura weakened. When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Kuan was like an arrow at the end of its flight, he waved his hand and sent Zhao Kuan flying. In the next instant, hundreds of sword rays shot out of his body and pierced through Zhao Kuan's body, turning Zhao Kuan's body into a beehive. Duan Ling Tian was never merciful to his enemies. Moreover, This was an enemy who had insulted his parents. When Duan Lingtian, Gu Li, and Wang Fei Xian left side by side, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples outside the Hall of Death finally regained their senses. Too strong. I can't believe our Mystical Sky Mansion has such a monster. Has there ever been an eminent saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 in the history of the Debussyi subterranean? I don't think so. Ling Tian's cultivation base must have broken through to the intermediate eminent saint stage. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to defeat Zhao Kuan so easily. That's right. Zhao Kuan is an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator, but he was completely powerless in front of him. I don't believe he has just broken through to the eminent saint stage. However, how did Ling Tian cultivate? How did he raise his cultivation base to such a level in such a short period of time? Among the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, there were some famous powerhouses on the Mystical Sky ranking. They were at the eminent saint stage, so they had their own understanding of the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. Although I've broken through to the intermediate eminent saint stage recently, even if I unleash my full strength, my speed is still far from Ling Tian's. Although Ling Tian's strength is not at the mastery eminent saint stage, he can still be considered as one of the best among intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. An intermediate eminent saint stage Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple said. He was a renowned existence on the Mystical Sky ranking, so his words were very persuasive. Gradually, everyone was able to confirm one thing. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to one of the best among intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses. Intermediate eminent saint stage? In the crowd, Zhao Ji had yet to leave. When he heard the exclamations around him, his expression turned even graver. I can't believe his cultivation speed is so fast. If it's not for the devouring dark devil technique, I'm afraid I'll only be able to eat his dust for the rest of my life. No, perhaps I won't even have the chance to eat his dust at all. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, he hastily left. However, he did not return to his residence. Instead, he sneaked out of the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate to look for Zhu Luqi and Su Jing. I must cultivate the devouring dark devil technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to catch up to Ling Tian, let alone seek revenge from him. Along the way, Zhao Ji was extremely anxious. Currently, he desperately wanted to obtain the devouring dark devil technique. In his opinion, as long as he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique in time, it would not be difficult for him to surpass Duan Lingtian in the future. After Zhao Ji left, the news of Duan Lingtian and Zhao Kuan signing a death pact and killing Zhao Kuan with ease swept through the entire Mystical Sky Mansion's estate like a hurricane. Everyone, including Mansion Master Meng Qing, was shocked. Ling Tian is at the intermediate eminent saint stage? How's this possible? Naturally, many people did not dare to believe this news. Was it possible for an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40 to appear in the Mystical Sky Mansion? However, as more and more people spread this news, and many people who were present on the scene proved it, they had no choice but to believe it no matter how unwilling they were. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've kept this a secret from me for a long time. Gu Li looked at Duan Lingtian, as though he was questioning him. Previously, I told you to try your best to break through to the eminent saint stage, when I break through to the divine saint stage, and go to the upper province of the Tao martial saint land with me. Why didn't you tell me that you've already broken through to the eminent saint stage? Senior brother Gu Li, my situation is a little special. Duan Lingtian naturally could see that Gu Li was not really angry. However, he really did not know how to explain this. In the end, he decided to tell the truth. Naturally, this was only a part of the truth. I once had a fortuitous encounter. That fortuitous encounter caused a tremendous change in my true origin. When my cultivation base was at the early pristine saint stage, the strength of my true origin was comparable to the true origin of an ordinary intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse. For this reason, my current cultivation base is still quite far away from the eminent saint stage. Duan Lingtian said. Although this was indeed his situation, he did not go into detail about the fortuitous encounter. Hualao and the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda were his biggest secrets. If news of this spread out, he would definitely be killed. Due to this reason, he had to be careful. There's such a fortuitous encounter? Gu Li's eyes widened in disbelief. However, that was all. There were all kinds of strange things in the colossal world. For this reason, he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, fortuitous encounters happened every day. There were both big and small fortuitous encounters. Nobody dared to say they knew everything about fortuitous encounters. Then, does this mean your current cultivation base is actually at the same level as mine? Wang Feixian, who had been following Duan Lingtian quietly, could not help but interject at this moment. Indeed, in terms of cultivation base. Duan Lingtian nodded. He treated Gu Li and Wang Feixian as his friends, so he decided to reveal this matter to them. Chapter 1816. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Wang Feixian could not help but feel speechless. She felt that God was unfair. This young man, whose cultivation base was similar to hers, did not seem to have a higher innate talent than her. But his strength was comparable to an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse. How was she supposed to live? At this moment, Wang Feixian felt extremely unbalanced. Naturally, Wang Feixian had such thoughts because she did not know Duan Lingtian's origin. If she knew Duan Lingtian came from the mortal continent and had walked step by step to reach where he was today, she would definitely not have such thoughts. Since he was able to come to the Dao Martial Saint Land from the mortal continent and possessed such a cultivation base, in terms of innate talent, she could not compare to him at all. Moreover, she knew very well that even the top geniuses in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, who grew up in the mortal continent, might not be able to achieve what Ling Tian had achieved. Junior brother Ling Tian, what fortuitous encounter did you encounter? If I encounter it as well, wouldn't my strength be comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse then? Gu Li's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He wished his true origin could undergo a transformation as well. Upon hearing Gu Li's words, Wang Feixian's eyes lit up as well. She stared at Duan Lingtian intently. It was apparent she was curious about Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter as well. My fortuitous encounter was when I encountered a mysterious spirit fruit. After consuming the spirit fruit, my true origin underwent a tremendous change. At that time, I didn't know how precious the spirit fruit was, so I ate all of them. After that, I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find the spirit fruit at all. Not only that, but when I plucked the spirit fruit, the tree that grew them had already withered. Duan Lingtian lied through his teeth. His words dispelled Gu Li and Wang Feixian's thoughts. What? Not just one spirit fruit? You ate all of them? Gu Li's eyes widened. What a waste! What a waste! You! Wang Feixian stared at Duan Lingtian for a long time, before she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You're such a wastrel. Although Duan Lingtian's words were made up, the meaning behind his words was similar to his fortuitous encounter that could not be replicated. The 3-legged golden crow could only enlighten one person in its entire life, giving that person the attribute of fire of the sun. Hualao had given him one and only one. Duan Lingtian's. If other people know this is the spirit fruit, it was Duan treasure. To Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian. Remind Duan his. To Duan Lingtian to nots to Duan Lingtian. Even so, those people would still look for him out of curiosity and ask him about the characteristics of the spirit fruit. Just like how Gu Li looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and asked, Junior brother Lingtian, do you still remember the appearance and characteristics of the spirit fruit? That kind of spirit fruit was very ordinary. It looked exactly the same as an ordinary apple. At that time, I also thought that it was just an apple, so I casually ate it, but I didn't expect that it would cause my true essence to undergo such a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian casually replied, completely dispelling Gu Li's thoughts. Naturally, Wang Feixian's thoughts were also dispelled. Duan Lingtian was unaware that after the news of his death duel with Zhao Kuan, and Zhao Kuan's death spread out, It was as though an earthquake had occurred among the mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Zhao Kuan had broken through to the eminent saint stage a few days ago. However, he was still killed by Ling Tian. Moreover, the cultivation base Ling Tian displayed when he killed Zhao Kuan was at least at the intermediate eminent saint stage. He was not even 40 years old, but he was already at the intermediate eminent saint stage. Such a monstrous genius was worth the mystical Sky Mansion sparing no effort to retain him. For this reason, apart from the people from Zhao Clan and Guardian Wuxia Yun, the group of high-ranking officials in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate went to look for Mansion Master Meng Qing. Lord Mansion Master, with Ling Tian's innate talent, he'll definitely become someone like Duan Rufeng from the Azure Cloud Mansion and Dugu from the Mountainshade Black Market in the future. I think it's necessary to keep him in the mansion, even if it means making him the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. It's still worth it. One of the Vice Mansion Masters in the Mystical Sky Mansion chimed in. I agree. I agree as well. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials immediately agreed. I can understand your thoughts, but Ling Tian has already made it clear that he'll leave the Mystical Sky Mansion in a few years. For this reason, I'm afraid your thoughts won't work. Meng Qing shook his head. Although he did not have much interaction with Ling Tian, he could tell he was not someone who could be restrained by his identity as the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Lord Mansion Master, the reason Ling Tian has such thoughts is because he doesn't feel a sense of belonging to our Mystical Sky Mansion. If our Mystical Sky Mansion is willing to do everything we can for him and fulfill all of his requests before making him the next Mansion Master, I believe he won't refuse. A rather experienced Mystical Sky Mansion's elder chimed in. That's right. No matter what, please give it a try, Lord Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master, Ling Tian's appearance means a lot to our Mystical Sky Mansion. Please make him stay, Lord Mansion Master. The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were indirectly pressuring Meng Qing. However, Meng Qing was not unhappy at all. He knew these Vice Mansion Masters and Elders were thinking for the sake of the Mystical Sky Mansion. If Ling Tian is willing to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion, I don't mind making him the next Mansion Master. How about this? Vice Mansion Masters and Elders, please follow me to look for Ling Tian and tell him our conditions to see if he's willing to stay. Although Meng Qing felt it was impossible for Ling Tian to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion because of those conditions, he knew these Vice Mansion Masters and Elders would not give up until they saw Ling Tian personally rejecting them. For this reason, he decided to bring them to look for Ling Tian. The eyes of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials lit up when they saw Meng Qing's insane behavior. Lord Mansion Master is wise. I believe with Lord Mansion Master and our sincerity, Ling Tian will definitely be willing to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Hehe. As long as Ling Tian is willing to stay in our Mystical Sky Mansion, our Mystical Sky Mansion will definitely become the third Mountainshade Black Market in a few decades at most. In the past, the Mountainshade Black Market was one of the strongest forces in the Debussy subterranean. It suppressed the other quasi-third-rate forces like it. It was only when the Azure Cloud Mansion had a new Mansion Master that it rose to prominence and became the second Mountainshade Black Market. Since then, the top of the pyramid in the Debussy subterranean had formed a situation where two forces stood on equal footing. The Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials agreed that as long as Ling Tian was willing to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion, he would definitely lead the Mystical Sky Mansion to become the third Mountainshade Black Market. At that time, the Mystical Sky Mansion would become one of the three strongest forces in the lower province along with the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market. One must admit the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were very ambitious. Naturally, the reason they were so ambitious was due to their confidence in Duan Lingtian. When the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, brought the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials over, Duan Lingtian was just about to bid farewell to Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. When they saw the arrival of Meng Qing and the others, let alone Duan Lingtian, even Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian were stunned. However, they quickly regained their senses and bowed. Greetings, Lord Mansion Master, Vice Mansion Masters and Elders. Mansion Master. Unlike Gu Li and Wang Feixian, who were polite, Duan Lingtian merely nodded at Meng Qing and the others as a greeting. As for the others, it was as though they were invisible to him. If it was any other time, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials would definitely fly into a rage when faced with such a rude Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple. However, today, Duan Lingtian's rudeness was nothing in their eyes. Not only that, but they were even defending Duan Lingtian in their hearts. As expected of a peerless genius, he's so proud and won't bend so easily. If such a person becomes the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion in the future, there's no need to worry about the Mystical Sky Mansion's prosperity. A monstrous genius should be independent. If he goes with the flow, what's the difference between him and an ordinary disciple? This Ling Tian is really a character. He's so young, but he's already so arrogant. This shows that he's very confident. Such a person will definitely be a great disaster when he grows up. These were the thoughts of the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. Others might not know about this, but if word of this spread out, all the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples would be so angry that they would throw up blood. It was clearly rudeness, but why did it become arrogance and not going with the flow when these high-ranking officials spoke of it? Gu Li and Wang Feixian were originally worried about Duan Lingtian. They were worried he would offend the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials behind Meng Qing. However, when they discovered none of the Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials were angered, they sighed in relief. They felt Duan Lingtian was lucky he did not anger these high-ranking officials. However, what happened next left them completely dumbfounded. Ling Tian, we've met before. Do you still remember when you entered and left the St. Martial secret zone? One of the Vice Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion took the lead to look at Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile. Following that, one by one, the Vice Mansion Masters and Elders also took turns to introduce themselves to Duan Lingtian. Their tone was extremely polite. It was as though they did not treat Duan Lingtian as an ordinary disciple at all. Gu Li and Wang Feixian looked at each other. Both of them could see the shock and horror in each other's eyes. As the saying went, one would never hit a smiling person. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian only smiled in response to the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, who took the initiative to greet him. Lord Mansion Master, may I know why you, the Vice Mansion Masters, and the Elders came looking for me? At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Qing and asked. Naturally, it was just a question. In fact, he already knew the answer in his heart. Chapter 1817. Lingtian, we're here because we hope you'll stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion and serve the Mystical Sky Mansion. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Meng Qing did not beat around the bush and said, as long as you're willing to stay, the Mystical Sky Mansion will spare no effort to nurture you in the future. All the cultivation resources will be given to you without any reservation. Moreover, I can immediately announce that you'll be the next Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Meng Qing's words were filled with conviction. The moment Meng Qing's words left his mouth, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. Their gazes were filled with anticipation and desire. As long as this young man before them was willing to stay, the Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely rise to a higher level in the future. It would become a force that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the mountain-shaped Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. If they could witness that scene while they were still alive, they would have no regrets even if they died. Upon hearing Meng Qing's words, Duan Lingtian and Gu Li were still fine since they had already guessed it. However, Wang Feixian was different. She who had not guessed it earlier was stunned again when she regained her senses. It did not cross her mind that Duan Lingtian would be able to make the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, led by the Lord Mansion Master, come to persuade him to stay. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Promise me. When Wang Feixian saw Duan Lingtian, did not respond even after a long time. She began to feel anxious for him. In her opinion, Mengqing's promise was enough to show the sincerity of the mystical sky mansion. With such sincerity, there was no reason for Duan Lingtian to refuse. Unfortunately, she was destined to live in her own world when it came to this matter. Mansion Master, Vice Mansion Masters and Elders. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he glanced at Mengqing and the others. After a moment of silence, he continued to say, Ling Tian appreciates all of your love for Ling Tian, because I've already promised my master that I'll go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for him. Due to this reason, it's impossible for me to stay in the mystical sky mansion. Impossible. Guli was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's words. He knew the mystical sky mansion would not accept his junior brother Ling Tian. His junior brother Ling Tian's stage should be in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Mengqing was not surprised, because he had already guessed that this would be the result. The reason he came here was to make the high-ranking officials of the mystical sky mansion give up. Wang Feixian was stunned. The group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials was dumbfounded. Wang Feixian did not expect Duan Lingtian to refuse. Among the group of mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials, apart from most of them who felt Duan Lingtian would agree, a small portion of them were not certain if Duan Lingtian would agree or not. However, even if they weren't sure that Duan Lingtian would agree, they didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would reject them so straightforwardly. From Duan Lingtian's words, it was obvious that there was no room for negotiation. You don't know what's good for you. Humph. If it wasn't for the mystical sky mansion taking you in and letting you enter the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, would you be able to achieve what you have today? Ingrate. Even among the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials, there were both good and bad people. For this reason, apart from a small portion of people who could understand Duan Lingtian, most of them could not. A small portion of people even began to curse him. When Duan Lingtian heard these curses, he merely shook his head and smiled. If it wasn't for the mystical sky mansion taking him in, he would not have achieved what he had today. If it wasn't for the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, he would not have achieved what he had today. Ingrate. There were so many mystical sky mansion's disciples, and many of them had gone through the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. However, who would possess a strength comparable to an intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse at his age? Naturally, one could only say that even without the mystical sky mansion, Duan Lingtian's achievements would still not be low. Duan Lingtian had always been grateful to the mystical sky mansion. Whether it was because of the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, the Saint Martial Secret Zone, or Mansion Master Mengqing and Guardian Gu Xiaoyan, who had helped him find all kinds of materials to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although he was grateful, he did not plan to stay in the mystical sky mansion just because he was grateful. He had things he needed to do. There were some things that could not be delayed. Naturally, he would definitely repay the favor he owed the mystical sky mansion in the future, but not in the way he had promised Mengqing. Due to Duan Lingtian's rejection, the meeting between him and the mystical sky mansion's high-ranking officials ended on a sour note. At the same time, this matter had swept through the entire mystical sky mansion like a hurricane, causing a commotion in the mystical sky mansion. That Ling Tian really doesn't know what's good for him, right? If he stays in the mystical sky mansion, not only will the mystical sky mansion spare no effort to nurture him, but Lord Mansion Master will even appoint him as the next Mansion Master. However, he actually rejected it. I really don't know what's going through his mind. If it were me, I would have agreed immediately. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the mystical sky mansion. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was too arrogant and did not know what was good for him. Duan Lingtian chose to ignore all of this. In the main mansion of the mystical sky mansion, Guardian Zhao Jin's residence was a vast palace. Currently, Zhao Jin was together with his son Zhao Deng. Father, we can't let that Ling Tian live. With his innate talent, he'll definitely become a huge threat to our Zhao clan in the future. Zhao Deng's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice. If he had agreed to Lord Mansion Master's request today, perhaps I might be a little wary of him. I can't believe he actually rejected it so stupidly. Zhao Jin sneered. Father, since he's determined to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion, and has no intention of leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate for the time being, why don't we wait until the day he leaves the Mystical Sky Mansion and kill him? Zhao Ding suggested as killing intent surged from his body. If he doesn't come out before he leaves the Mystical Sky Mansion, we have no other choice, Zhao Jin said. Even he did not dare to make a move recklessly in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. This was because if he made a move in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, he would be discovered by Mansion Master Meng Qing and Guardian Gu Xiaoyun immediately. Meng Qing and Gu Xiaoyun's divine consciousness could easily monitor the situation in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate with the help of the formations that enveloped it. Due to this reason, nobody dared to make a move recklessly in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, unless that person did not want to live anymore. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng had already made up their minds to kill him. Even if he did not leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate for the time being, they would still kill him on the day he left the Mystical Sky Mansion. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was cultivating and comprehending the Sovereign Heart sword at the same time. When he encountered a bottleneck, he would leave the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and his residence to chat with Gu Li and Wang Fei Xian. They would even discuss the martial Dao and divine abilities. Apart from that, he also sent a steady stream of materials to Hualao. The restoration of the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was in full swing through Hualao's hands. Time flew by, and a year had passed in just a blink of an eye. Of course, the 1 year referred to the time in the outside world. 5 years had already passed in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In these 5 years, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had also improved by leaps and bounds. His comprehension of the Sovereign Heart sword was only half a step away from the third stage. In this 1 year, Duan Lingtian was not the only one whose cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. In the west of the Debussy subterranean, in a vast and barren land far away, there were also 2 people whose cultivation bases were improving at an insane speed. The speed of improvement was even more exaggerated than Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. These 2 people's cultivation method was not the conservative method of sitting quietly and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. Their cultivation method required young women, a lot of young women. Naturally, the effect of virgin girls was even better. The young women they had used for cultivation had all been sucked dry. The commotion they had caused could not be said to be small. However, this commotion did not spread out. This was because those who saw the dried corpses, or those who discovered the disappearance of the young women, were all secretly killed by them. The 2 people who were cultivating in this area were none other than the former palace master of the Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi, and the grandson of the current Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian, and the son of the Vice Mansion Master, Zhao Ji. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Ji laughed heartily as he stood up from the lush forest. He was completely naked, and there was a dried corpse lying by his feet. If one looked closely, one would discover the dried corpse belonged to a young woman. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground below the dried corpse, it was not difficult to guess this young woman was still a virgin. Mastery Eminent Saint stage. I've broken through to the Mastery Eminent Saint stage. After laughing for a while, Zhao Jin seemed to have had enough. Then, he turned his attention to his current cultivation. Chapter 1818. Then you're much slower than me, Zhao Ji said smugly when he heard Zhu Luqi's words. He had also used a year to break through from the intermediate refined saint stage to the mastery eminent saint stage. He had broken through 5 levels in a row. Naturally, he had only broken through 4 levels. Even if he did not cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, he would still be able to break through to the mastery refined saint stage in a short time. However, Even if he had only broken through 4 levels, it was still much stronger compared to Zhu Luqi, who had broken through 1 level. As far as I know, you've devoured more of the vital essence and blood of young women compared to me. When Zhao Ji reached this part of his sentence, he became even more smug. Humph. Although I've devoured more of the vital essence and blood of young women in this 1 year, what's your cultivation base compared to mine? How can we compare? Zhu Luqi snorted coldly. He felt that Zhao Ji was really shameless. How could he compare his cultivation progress in the past year? Originally, Zhao Ji was only an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. It was only natural for him to improve by leaps and bounds by devouring the vital essence and blood of young women, to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. Previously, he was already at the peak of the divine saint stage. Even if he had the devouring dark devil technique, it would not be easy for him to break through to the early exemplary saint stage in just a year. Moreover, it was not an ordinary early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. Palace Master Zhu, I really don't understand you anymore. With your cultivation base, if you devour the vital essence and blood of young women, to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, your cultivation base would be much faster. However, you don't want to touch those young women, and you don't even want me to touch them in front of you. I'm really speechless, Zhao Ji said. I really don't understand. What's the difference between ordinary young women and those young women? Humph. Zhu Luqi snorted again. However, he did not reply to Zhao Ji's words. In Zhu Luqi's heart, there was a secret that only he knew. A long time ago, he had a very cute daughter that was left behind by his late wife before she passed away. He cherished the daughter that his wife had sacrificed her life to give birth to very much. He treated her like a little princess. However, the weather was unpredictable, and people were unpredictable. When his daughter was 16 years old, because he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation breakthrough, he did not accompany his daughter, causing her to be sullied by a playboy. When he came out of seclusion, what he saw was his daughter's corpse. There was also a suicide note left by his daughter. His daughter had chosen to commit suicide precisely because her innocence had been sullied. Although he had annihilated that profligate son's entire family, his daughter would not be able to return. It was also because of the death of his only family member that Zhu Luqi was able to devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation and achieve what he had today. Cultivating the devouring dark devil technique would increase the efficiency by devouring the essence, blood, and qi of a maiden. He naturally understood this principle. However, every time he saw those young and inexperienced maidens, he could not help but think of his own daughter. That was why he could not do it at all. Not only could he not do it himself, even if he saw Zhao Ji making a move on those maidens, he would also stop him. Just like now, even though he had rushed over to stop Zhao Ji, he was still too late. Whoosh! When Zhu Luqi raised his hand, a layer of soil rose from the ground and covered the maiden's dried corpse so that she could rest in peace. You're unreasonable. Although this was not the first time Zhao Ji had seen Zhu Luqi acting in this manner, he was still rendered speechless. He could not understand why Zhu Luqi was so kind to those maidens. Palace Master Zhu, it's best if we don't meet again in the future. Zhao Ji took a deep look at Zhu Luqi. Then, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he left. It was as though he was avoiding the plague. Zhu Luqi was not angered by Zhao Ji's actions. He continued to fly in another direction. If possible, he did not want to meet Zhao Ji. This was because if he encountered Zhao Ji, and if Zhao Ji's target was a virgin, he would not be able to stop himself from interfering. Although those virgin girls were not his daughters, they were constantly reminding him of the unbearable past. It was as though this had become Zhu Luqi's inner demon. If Zhu Luqi had acted as brazenly as Zhao Ji from the beginning, and had even laid his hands on maidens, he would not be far away from breaking through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, even if he had not broken through yet. However, Zhu Luqi still had to work hard for another 3 months before he was confident he would be able to break through. One must admit that Zhu Luqi and Zhao Ji had kept a low profile. Moreover, they had chosen to stay in a remote area west of the Debussy subterranean. Let alone quasi-third-rate forces, There was not even a fourth-rate or fifth-rate force in this area. For this reason, news of their actions had not spread even after a year had passed. However, there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Another half a year had passed before news of the strange incident in the remote area west of the Debussy subterranean finally spread. The person who spread the news was a native of the western area. 3 years ago, he had gone out to explore and had only returned today. However, as soon as he returned, he discovered his hometown, a small village that seemed like a paradise, had been turned into ruins. He could vaguely see many corpses that had been dead for a long time. The other corpses were still normal. However, the strange thing was the corpses of the young women had been sucked dry. What's going on? The strange scene before his eyes had completely exceeded his imagination. It even caused him to temporarily forget the pain of losing his family. Then he began to search his surroundings. Everywhere he went, the small towns and villages that used to be bustling with life had been turned into ruins. The corpses here were similar to the corpses in the small village where he came from. Apart from the corpses of the young women, the other corpses were normal. What the hell? In the end, he no longer dared to continue searching. He left the remote area west of the city as though he was fleeing. As for the news, it was also spread out by him. Hey, have you heard? The people in the small towns and villages west of the city have all been killed. However, the strange thing is the corpses of the young women have all been sucked dry. It's very strange. Dried corpses? What kind of dried corpses? If you want to know, why don't you go and see for yourself? As time passed, similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the cities adjacent to the remote area west of the city. In this world, there was no lack of people with strong curiosity. Driven by curiosity, many people formed groups and entered the remote area west of the city. When they saw everything with their own eyes, they knew that the news they had heard earlier was true. Heavens! Who did this? These young women are so pitiful. It's fine if they were killed, but they were turned into dried corpses. No, look, there are no wounds on these young women's bodies. They're completely different from the other corpses. Moreover, their corpses have no clothes on. Do you think it's the work of a devil cultivator? If it's the work of a devil cultivator, isn't the devil Tao cultivation method too cruel? Among the curious people, there was no lack of knowledgeable people. As they speculated, they came to a conclusion. A devil cultivator, who had cultivated an inhumane devil Tao cultivation method, had wreaked havoc in the remote area west of the city. There was no lack of devil cultivators in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Devil cultivators were also recognized in the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, the devil cultivators who were recognized were devil cultivators who had cultivated ordinary devil Tao cultivation methods. Those devil cultivators who had cultivated inhumane devil Tao cultivation methods were like rats crossing the street in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Everyone wanted to kill them. When one person spread the news, the people who heard the news might be skeptical. However, after this news was confirmed by hundreds and thousands of people, it became a fact that was set in stone. I remember 2 years ago, the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion, had spread the news that the devouring dark devil technique had appeared. The person who obtained the devouring dark devil technique was the former palace master of the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace, Wuxia. It's said that the devouring dark devil technique is an inhumane and top-notch devil technique. Its main purpose is to devour the essence, blood, and qi of young women to cultivate. Every young woman who has been captured to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique will eventually turn into a dried corpse. Do you guys think that what happened in the remote area in the west is related to the devouring dark devil technique? Now that you mention it, I remember now. If it's the devouring dark devil technique, everything makes sense now. Then, does this mean the people who were killed in the west and the young women who were sucked dry are the masterpieces of Wuxia, the former palace master of the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace? That's most likely the case. Not long after, someone began to link the incident in the west to the devouring dark devil technique. For a time, Wuxia, the former palace master of the mystical sky mansion's heaven palace, became the scapegoat. This was because the people in the Debussy subterranean only knew that he had obtained the devouring dark devil technique. Nobody knew that Zhao Ji had obtained the devouring dark devil technique as well. Palace Master Zhu, the incident has been exposed. It seems like we'll have to lay low for a while. What do you plan to do? While the outside world was in an uproar, Zhao Ji and Zhu Luqi gathered in a remote place in the west of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was a stone forest where even birds would not defecate. It was apparent they knew what they had done had been exposed. What plan can I have? Hide, of course. I'm not like you who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique and killed so many virgins. Yet you can still return to the mystical sky mansion. Zhu Luqi said in a deep voice. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first, Palace Master Zhu. Also, please take care of Su Jing, Palace Master Zhu. After all, we haven't completely learned the devouring dark devil technique yet. Zhao Ji reminded Zhu Luqi before he left. We can't stay here any longer. Chapter 18-19. Zhu Luqi knew his limits. Although he had already broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, there were still many people who were stronger than him in the Debussy subterranean. Put aside the quintessential saint stage watchers from the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, who were sent to the lower province. Even the leaders of the quasi-third-rate forces, Azure Cloud Mansion and Mountainshade Black Market, were powerhouses who could easily defeat him. It was said that both of their cultivation bases were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Apart from them, there were also leaders from various quasi-third-rate forces, including Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion. The weakest among them was at the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. Behind them were people like Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market. They were all experienced intermediate exemplary saint stage powerhouses. They were only half a step away from the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage. They were not people he could compare to. Feng Buyi, I've already broken through to the Intermediate Exemplary Saint stage. The day I break through to the Mastery Exemplary Saint stage will be the day you die. Zhu Luqi's eyes gleamed fiercely. He had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique to seek revenge from Feng Buyi. As time passed by, Zhu Luqi gradually calmed down. However, it's not suitable for me to keep a high profile for a period of time. I'll focus on my martial tactics and divine abilities during this period of time. The divine abilities Zhu Luqi mentioned were the divine abilities recorded in the devouring dark devil technique. That divine ability was not some useless low-grade divine ability. Even Su Jing had not come into contact with it, since only those at the divine saint stage and above could attempt to comprehend and cultivate it. Soon after, Zhu Luqi also left the western side of the Debussy subterranean. At the same time, the news of the devouring dark devil technique's appearance had spread far and wide. In the end, more than half of the Debussy subterranean had heard about it. Devouring dark devil technique? What's the devouring dark devil technique? As the news of the devouring dark devil technique wreaking havoc in the western region spread, the devouring dark devil technique became famous. Of course, there were also many people who didn't know about the existence of the devouring dark devil technique. After all, it had been a long time since the last time the devouring dark devil technique became famous. Those who still knew about the existence of the devouring dark devil technique were almost all from the major forces that had passed it down from that era. The devouring dark devil technique can be cultivated by devouring the essence and blood of young women. If he devoured the essence, blood, and qi of a maiden, the effect of his cultivation would be even better. Any woman whose vital energy and blood are devoured will become a dried corpse. More than half of the Debussy subterranean fell into a state of panic as the details of the devouring dark devil technique spread. Especially those young women virgins, they couldn't wait to dig a hole and hide in it. This was because they were the primary targets of devil cultivators, who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. When more than half of the Debussy subterranean fell into a state of panic, the various fourth-rate and quasi-third-rate forces had, naturally, received the news as well. Don't tell me that Zhu Luqi wants to become a public enemy just like that devil cultivator, who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Many high-ranking officials from fourth-rate forces cursed out loud. I was fortunate enough to meet Mansion Master Meng Qing from the mystical Sky Mansion once. He's a very upright person. I really don't understand how a scum like Zhu Luqi could appear in the mystical Sky Mansion. Many high-ranking officials from quasi-third-rate forces chimed in. As the top forces in the Debussy subterranean, the quasi-third-rate forces naturally could not sit idly by when they learned that the devouring dark devil technique had begun to wreak havoc in the Debussy subterranean. It hasn't even been 2 years. Even if Zhu Luqi has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, his current strength won't be that strong. We must kill him before he grows stronger. If we don't kill him in time, the people in the Debussy subterranean will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. One of the leaders from a quasi-third-rate force declared that he wanted to kill Zhu Luqi. The other leaders from the quasi-third-rate forces also ordered their powerhouses to head to a remote place in the west. The fourth-rate forces began to cooperate. Previously, when the devouring dark devil technique wreaked havoc in the Debussy subterranean, the current powerhouses in the Debussy subterranean did not experience it personally. However, they still learned about the devouring dark devil technique and how terrifying the devil cultivator who cultivated it was from the letters passed down by their ancestors. At that time, the devil cultivator who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique relied on his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage to kill several powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage and more than 10 powerhouses at the mastery exemplary saint stage. In the end, he managed to escape. Even the mystical Sky Mansion had sent out 2 of their guardians. As for the Mansion Master Meng Qing, he did not leave since he had to stay in the mystical Sky Mansion. Not long after the 2 mystical Sky Mansion's guardians left, Meng Qing, who was pacing back and forth in the courtyard with a frown, felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. Following that, an old figure appeared before his eyes. This old man was a one-armed old man. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this one-armed old man with just a glance. He was none other than the old man who guarded the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. He was also the master of Guardian Gu Xia Yun, and the grand ancestor of his senior brother Gu Li, senior uncle. Although Meng Qing was the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he did not dare to be disrespectful when facing this old man. He immediately bowed and greeted him. The old man in front of him was his master's senior brother. He was also the person with the highest seniority in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Mansion Master, there's no need to be so courteous. I'm only here for one thing. Please allow me to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion to look for Zhu Luqi. I want to personally kill him. When the seemingly amiable old man reached the end of his sentence, his body emitted a chilling aura as his eyes gleamed coldly. Senior uncle, the 2 guardians have already left. There's no need for you to go, right? Meng Qing said bitterly. It was not that he doubted the old man's strength, but he could not bear to see this old man running around for the Mystical Sky Mansion at such an age. Mansion Master, that brat Zhu Luqi has cultivated with me for a period of time. Although we're not master and disciple in name, we're master and disciple in reality. It's my duty to clean up the mess. The old man insisted. Since you insist, senior uncle, I have no objections. However, please act according to your strength. It has been almost 2 years since Zhu Luqi started cultivating the devouring dark devil technique so recklessly. It's very likely that his cultivation base has already broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage. Meng Qing could not help but remind him when he reached the end of his sentence. What? Sect leader, are you suspecting that my old bones are inferior to that brat Zhu Luqi? As the old man spoke, a powerful aura surged out of his body and shrouded Meng Qing's body. Meng Qing's expression changed immediately as joy filled his eyes. Senior uncle, why you've broken through? Swoosh. However, faced with Meng Qing's joyful question, the old man only replied to him with a disappearing silhouette. In the Heaven Palace of the Mystical Sky Mansion, swoosh, a swift figure came from the direction of the main mansion. In just a blink of an eye, He arrived at a platform halfway up the mountain of the Heaven Palace and stood in front of an independent courtyard. The person who had arrived was none other than Gu Li. "Why are all of you sneaking around my junior brother Ling Tian's place?" Gu Li said in a low voice as he raised his hand. The air trembled as a few invisible forces surged out. In just a blink of an eye, the few people who were hiding at the side were dragged out and thrown to the ground. Barf! Barf! The few people who were thrown out were the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. All of them were suppressed by the invisible force to the point they threw up blood. Divine Saint Stage. One of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, who had a higher cultivation base, had a horrified expression. When he looked at Gu Li again, it was as though he had seen a ghost. "Gu Li, why have you broken through to the Divine Saint Stage?" "Zhao Dong, looks like you're really worthy of being ranked 5th on the mystical sky ranking. You can actually tell I've broken through." Gu Li glanced at the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan, who had spoken indifferently. The mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan, who had spoken, was ranked 5th on the mystical sky ranking. He had broken through to the peak of the eminent saint stage some time ago. Due to this reason, he was able to tell Gu Li's cultivation base had broken through to the life stage. Although he had just broken through to the peak of the eminent saint stage not long ago, he was not someone who could easily be injured by someone at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Only a powerhouse at the divine saint stage or above would have the ability to toy with him in the palm of his hand. Due to this reason, he did not even need to think about it to be certain Gu Li had broken through to the divine saint stage. Divine Saint Stage. When the other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan heard Zhao Dong's words, they were so shocked that they almost fainted. A divine saint stage powerhouse was someone who could kill them with just a finger. "Senior brother Gu Li, congratulations." At this moment, the door of the room in the courtyard opened. Following that, a handsome young man dressed in white walked out slowly. The young man had a smile on his face that made people feel as though they were bathing in a spring breeze. "Junior brother Ling Tian, you've come out of closed-door cultivation as well?" Gu Li was surprised. "What a coincidence. I came out of closed-door cultivation half a month ago, and I've been comprehending martial tactics recently. That's why I'm able to detect any commotion outside." The young man who walked out of the room was none other than Duan Lingtian. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian had changed his appearance and identity, he no longer wore plain purple robes. He would change them frequently. "Junior brother Lingtian, how do you want to deal with these few fellows?" Gu Li narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhao Dong and the others, seeking Duan Lingtian's opinion. "Don't act recklessly. Don't forget the mystical Sky Mansion's rule of not killing each other." Zhao Dong had a panicked expression on his face when he saw Gu Li looking at him. The other mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan looked at Duan Lingtian pleadingly. It was obvious they wanted Duan Lingtian to show mercy. Chapter 1820. Just let them be. Duan Lingtian glanced at the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan and said nonchalantly, "Why aren't you scramming?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the few mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan still sitting there in a daze, Gu Li glared at them. After the few Zhao clan's disciples fled, Gu Li slowly walked into the courtyard and said with a displeased expression, "Originally, I came out of closed-door cultivation today to give my old man a surprise. I didn't expect him to not be here. So, senior brother Gu Li, you came to share this surprise with me as soon as possible?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Gu Li nodded. "Senior brother Gu Li, I'm afraid it won't take long for the news of you breaking through to the Divine Saint Stage to spread throughout the mystical Sky Mansion. As far as I know, even the Mansion Master had yet to break through to the Divine Saint Stage when he was your age." Duan Lingtian praised. "Alright, stop praising me. It's fine if other people praise me, but I don't like it when you praise me." Gu Li hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Who dares to mention innate talent in front of a freak like you? Oh right, I noticed the atmosphere in the mansion is a little strange. Do you know what's going on? The devouring dark devil technique has appeared." Duan Lingtian said solemnly. He had come out of closed-door cultivation half a month ago, so he had heard about the things that had happened recently. Didn't the devouring dark devil technique appear a long time ago? Guli asked, puzzled. 2 years ago, the mystical Sky Mansion had attacked the Rising Sky Mansion for the devouring dark devil technique. Naturally, they did not know the devil Dao cultivation method was the devouring dark devil technique. When they found out later, the key person, Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had already been brought away by the former palace master of Heaven Palace, Zhu Luqi. The remote area in the west has become a dead zone. Almost everyone in that area is dead, especially the young ladies. Especially those young women, they were all sucked dry. Duan Lingtian said in a solemn tone. Now the news has spread across half of the lower district. All the young women in the lower province, including our mystical Sky Mansion's young disciples, are in danger. Because the situation over there is similar to the situation where the devil cultivators, who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, wreaked havoc. We can almost conclude that it was done by someone who also cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Originally, Su Jing from the Rising Sky Mansion was the only one who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. However, after Su Jing was rescued, there was more than one person who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Duan Lingtian said. You mean, Palace Master Zhu has already begun to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, and he was the one who did all the things that happened in this remote area in the west? Guli gasped. He did not expect such a huge matter would happen while he was in closed-door cultivation. Su Jing's body might be in a coma now, but it's not difficult for his soul remnant that hasn't fully recovered to communicate with others. For this reason, it's very easy for him to pass the devouring dark devil technique to Palace Master Zhu. Duan Lingtian speculated. Perhaps, Palace Master Zhu had negotiated with Su Jing and reached an agreement with him in exchange for the devouring dark devil technique, in exchange for saving Su Jing. I can't believe a person can change so quickly. In the past, Palace Master Zhu's temper was quite good. However now, Guli sighed. Sometimes hatred can destroy a person. Duan Lingtian said solemnly as his eyes flashed. Zhu Luqi was the former palace master of mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace. Although he was not familiar with him, he had interacted with him before. His first impression of him was that he was a kind elder. However, it was precisely this kind elder who had been humiliated by Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market, that the seed of hatred had been planted in his heart. After the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique, this seed could no longer be suppressed and completely broke out of the ground. The seed of hatred had already sprouted. What Zhu Luqi had to do next was to desperately devour the vital blood and vital essence of the young woman, to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique, and raise his cultivation base at the fastest speed possible, until he went to seek revenge from the deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market, Feng Buyi. However, it's true that deputy leader of Mountainshade Black Market, Feng Buyi, has gone too far. If I were Palace Master Zhu, I wouldn't be able to stand being humiliated like that as well. Previously, when Zhu Luqi was humiliated by Feng Buyi, Guli was present as well. Every time he thought about it, he could not help but feel indignant for Zhu Luqi. If you were Palace Master Zhu, senior brother Guli, and you knew you would never be able to seek revenge by cultivating the devouring dark devil technique normally, what would you do when faced with the temptation of cultivating the devouring dark devil technique? Duan Lingtian asked. Perhaps, I would make the same choice as Palace Master Zhu. Guli sighed. To me, that kind of humiliation is even worse than killing me. Junior brother Lingtian, what if you were in my shoes? What would you do? If your innate talent is not that high, and you completely put yourself in Palace Master Zhu's shoes. If I were Palace Master Zhu, I would want nothing more than to turn Feng Buyi into ashes as well. However, I don't think I would cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. After all, don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Those young women are innocent after all. Duan Lingtian sighed. If he was in his previous life on Earth, he would have made the same choice as Guli. However, in this life, he had experienced the fickleness of the world. He was unwilling to destroy those young women for a personal grudge. You'd rather not seek revenge than cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? Guli asked again. Of course not. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly as a hint of loftiness appeared in his eyes. How can I not seek revenge after being humiliated so wantonly and trampled on my dignity? However, even if I can't seek revenge personally by cultivating normally, I'll still seek revenge through other methods. For example, I'll think of ways to get someone else to do it. Duan Lingtian replied. Get someone else to do it? Guli was stunned. How will you get someone else to do it? For example, I'll think of ways to kidnap the family of the leader of Mountainshade Black Market, or the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. I'll use their family as a hostage to force them to kill Feng Bui. Once Feng Bui dies, I'll release their family. Duan Lingtian said. If that's the case, I'll accept it even if I'm killed by them in the end. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guli was filled with respect. At the same time, he could not help but sigh emotionally. If only Palace Master Zhu had heard your words before he rescued Su Jing. How wonderful would that be? Senior brother Guli, I'm just casually speaking. Just think about it, and you'll know how difficult it is to kidnap the family of the leader of Mountainshade Black Market, or the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, for this reason, even if Palace Master Zhu heard my words, he might not be able to seek revenge through this method. Perhaps, he might not have been able to do it in the past. However, as far as I know, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is a sentimental person. Not only that, but I've also heard that he brought many family members from his hometown back to the Azure Cloud Mansion a few years ago. Guli said, since he brought many family members back to the Azure Cloud Mansion, it's impossible for him to send powerhouses at the peak of the Divine Saint stage to protect all of them. With Palace Master Zhu's strength at the peak of the Saint stage, it won't be difficult for him to kidnap one of the family members of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. A few years ago, he brought many family members back to the Azure Cloud Mansion from his hometown. Upon hearing Guli's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then he asked again, Senior brother Guli, I heard that the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is very young. It has only been less than 20 years since he rose to power in the Wuxia subterranean, and he has already led the Azure Cloud Mansion to the peak of the lower province, and is on par with the Mountainshade Black Market? That's right. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is a legendary figure in the Wuxia subterranean. He's also the person that I admire the most. Guli nodded. Perhaps, the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market is not inferior to him in terms of innate talent and strength. However, the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market has been fully nurtured by the Mountainshade Black Market since he was young. On the other hand, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is only from the mortal continent. For someone who came from the mortal continent to achieve such a result, he's already worthy of being a legend in the Wuxia subterranean. When Guli reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally. Mortal continent. Duan Lingtian was stunned. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is from the mortal continent? At this moment, other information about the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion began to reverberate in Duan Lingtian's mind. It has only been less than 20 years since he rose to power in the Wuxia subterranean. A few years ago, he brought many family members back from his hometown in the mortal continent. Dugu in the north and Rufeng in the south. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Rufeng. Back then, little Fei was brought away by father's subordinate. To be able to bring little Fei away from the fifth-rate force, the Greenwave Han Mansion, father's subordinate must be quite powerful. Don't tell me. A shocking thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Naturally, this was only his guess. He could not confirm it yet. Junior brother Lingtian, what's wrong with you? When Guli saw Duan Lingtian's eyes widened and his body began to tremble, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not know why his junior brother Lingtian would suddenly become like this. He was still fine earlier. Senior brother Guli. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his agitated emotions. He looked at Gu Li and asked solemnly, Do you know the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Initially, Gu Li thought Duan Lingtian was going to talk about something serious, since he was so serious. It did not cross his mind that he would ask such a question. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. What? Junior brother Lingtian, you still don't know the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Senior brother Gu Li, please tell me. Duan Lingtian took another deep breath as his body began to tremble even more violently. At this moment, Gu Li also noticed that something was amiss with Duan Lingtian. Although he did not know the reason, he no longer joked around and directly replied, The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is Duan Rufeng. Perhaps you haven't heard of his name before, but I'm sure you've heard of the saying Dugu in the north, Rufeng in the south, standing at the top of the lower province. Chapter 1821. South like the wind. Like the wind. Duan Rufeng. I should have thought of this earlier. After obtaining Gu Li's confirmation, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath again. After a long while he finally calmed down. As it turned out, his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. This is just too unbelievable. Although Duan Lingtian had already confirmed it, he still found it surreal. His cheapskate father was actually the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. What was the Azure Cloud Mansion? It was one of the top 2 forces in the WCI Subterranean. As a quasi-third-rate force, it was superior to most quasi-third-rate forces. It was comparable to the Mountainshade Black Market, the old overlord of the WCI Subterranean. It was said that the reason the Azure Cloud Mansion was comparable to the Mountainshade Black Market was all thanks to the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. The current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, was his cheapskate father. If there were no other conditions, Duan Lingtian would not have connected the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion to his cheapskate father, just by hearing his name was Duan Rufeng. After all, there were many people with the same name in this world. It was normal for coincidences to occur. However, the situation was different now. Apart from having the same name as his cheapskate father, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had many similarities with his cheapskate father as well. Both of them were from the mortal continent. A few years ago, both of them had brought their families from the mortal continent to the Dao Martial Saint Land. They had risen in the WCI Subterranean for less than 20 years. If one of the similarities between the two names was a coincidence, then what about the second similarity and the third similarity? How could they be coincidences? Due to this reason, after learning about the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and his name from Gu Li, Duan Lingtian was 100% certain Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was his cheapskate father. As it turns out, father is the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. In that case, everything makes sense now. After confirming his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian recalled all the things related to his father in the past and felt enlightened. In this case, the message in the voice transmission jade slip that father left for me in the exquisite jade box was to ask me to look for his subordinates and ask them to bring me to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian still remembered that it was precisely because the voice transmission jade slip was damaged that he missed the opportunity to reunite with his family. Due to this reason, he had come to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land alone, without anyone to rely on. He had to rely on himself. Back then, Duan Celestial Land Mansion Master, Azure Cloud Mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he recalled what Han Xuanai had said to him. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, one of the two powerhouses who stood at the peak of the WCI Subterranean. In the WCI Subterranean, apart from the Watcher sent by the first-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the most powerful people on the surface were undoubtedly Leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market and the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. If the voice transmission Jade Slip father left for me wasn't damaged, I would have gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion and become the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh at how God made fools of people. As it turned out, the cheapskate father he had been looking for ever since he arrived in the Debussy Subterranean was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. If he had known this earlier, he would not have taken so many detours. However, although this journey is arduous, it's not without rewards. At the very least, I managed to get to know Senior Brother Guli and Senior Brother Guli. If I had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion earlier, I wouldn't have gotten to know them. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt that although this journey was tiring, it was worth it. Also, if I had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion earlier, I wouldn't have come to the Mystical Sky Mansion. If I didn't come to the Mystical Sky Mansion, I wouldn't have entered the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone. Since I didn't enter the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone, it's only natural that I wouldn't have obtained the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian had obtained 2 high-grade divine abilities in the Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone. The otherworldly celestial was still acceptable, since he might have obtained it in the Azure Cloud Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone as well. However, the elementary devouring tactic was one of a kind. It was almost impossible for him to obtain it even in the Azure Cloud Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone. All in all, the damage to the voice transmission Jade Slip was both a loss and a gain for Duan Lingtian. What he lost was the opportunity to reunite with his family earlier. What he gained was his 2 senior brothers, and the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. However, if I had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion earlier, and became the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, I would have brought Kerr and Little Fei to the Azure Cloud Mansion. In that case, they wouldn't have to face the revenge of the 5-clawed golden dragon Diju. Even if Kerr's twin sister came, she might not have been able to bring Kerr away with the protection of the Azure Cloud Mansion's powerhouses. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he felt a little dejected again. Junior Brother Lingtian, what's wrong with you? When Guli saw the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression, he could not help but ask. I'm fine. Upon hearing Guli's voice, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and sighed in relief. He knew very well that the past could no longer be changed. It was useless for him to think about it now. Wasn't life supposed to be like this where there were gains and losses? Junior Brother Lingtian, you don't look like you're fine. After you heard the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, you seemed unusually agitated. Can you tell me why? Guli asked. After he finished asking, he added, Of course, if it's not convenient for you to tell me, just pretend I didn't ask. Senior Brother Guli, although we haven't known each other for long, it's important to be friends. I trust you, so there's nothing that's inconvenient for me to tell you. Duan Lingtian said, The reason I became agitated when I heard the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is because his name is exactly the same as my father's name. Your father's name is exactly the same as the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Guli interrupted Duan Lingtian in shock. I didn't expect it to be so coincidental. However, although your father's name is the same as the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Junior Brother Lingtian, there's no need for you to be so agitated, right? When Guli reached the end of his sentence, he was slightly puzzled. He felt Duan Lingtian's reaction was a little too exaggerated. Same name? Upon hearing Guli's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head before he continued to say, My father and I are also from the mortal continent. What? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guli's eyes widened immediately as a shocked expression appeared on his face. Junior Brother Lingtian, you're actually from the mortal continent as well? Are all the people from the mortal continent so monstrous? First, it's the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and now it's you. Also your father. Since your innate talent is so high, your father must not be too weak as well. Based on Guli's words, up until now, he still did not connect Duan Lingtian's father to the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He thought Duan Lingtian, only said he and his father were from the mortal continent to emphasize his origin. Senior brother Guli, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, is my father. When Duan Lingtian saw how slow Guli's reaction was, he felt helpless as well. Boom! When Duan Lingtian's straightforward words entered Guli's ears, it was as though he had been struck by lightning. It caused Guli to be completely dumbstruck. Duan Ruffling, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was junior brother Lingtian's father? How's this possible? When Guli finally regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said in disbelief, "If you're the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, then you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Why would the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion come to our mystical sky mansion? Moreover, no, your name is Lingtian, and the surname of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't be that fellow who obtained the Devil Seal tablet that was spread like wildfire back then, right? No, I've seen the portrait of the fella who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. You look different from that fella. Wait, no. You know the disguising secret tactic. That Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district was you in disguise. You. Don't tell me you're really Duan Lingtian?" When Guli reached the end of his sentence, he felt a little confused. "That's right. I'm Duan Lingtian. I'm also the son of Duan Ruffling, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion." When Duan Lingtian said this, the muscles on his face changed before his face returned to normal. It was a completely different and handsome face. "It's really you." When Guli saw Duan Lingtian's real face, he could not help but widen his eyes in shock. The appearance of the person standing in front of him was exactly the same as the person in the portrait he had seen previously. The person in the portrait was none other than Duan Lingtian. He was the lucky fella who obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. When the news of you obtaining the Devil Seal tablet spread out, you seemed to have vanished completely. I thought you were killed by someone. I didn't expect you to disguise yourself as Li Feng and cause so much trouble in the Rising Sky Mansion's district before disguising yourself as Ling Tian and coming to our mystical sky mansion. Guli smiled wryly as he sighed emotionally. It did not cross his mind that his junior brother Ling Tian was the lucky fella who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. However, aren't you afraid I'll expose your true identity if you reveal your identity in front of me? You should know that once your identity is exposed, you won't be able to leave the mystical sky mansion alive. Guli's expression suddenly turned solemn. Will you? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile when he heard Guli's words. It was as though he was not worried at all. I won't. When Guli replied to Duan Lingtian, he smiled as well. Naturally, he was not the kind of person who would betray his friends. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian only had one Super Saint weapon. Even if he had 1,000 or 100 Super Saint weapons, he would not betray Duan Lingtian. However, junior brother Lingtian, are you really the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? As the smile on Guli's face faded, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and asked, Yes. Chapter 1822. Junior brother Lingtian, since you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, with your identity, why would you disguise yourself as Li Feng to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle to save Sister Xuanai? With just a word from you, do you think the Rising Sky Mansion would dare to disobey you? After Guli learned that Duan Lingtian was really the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he was puzzled. Duan Lingtian had told him about this before. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's identity, the Rising Sky Mansion would not dare to disobey him at all. Even the Rising Sky Mansion would not dare to disobey the young mansion master of a quasi-third-rate force, let alone a top quasi-third-rate force like the Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, since you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, why would you come to the mystical Sky Mansion? You'll be able to obtain better cultivation resources in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Guli was puzzled. Senior brother Guli, it's normal for you to have such questions. However, you have to know that before today, I didn't even know the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is my father. Naturally, I didn't know I'm the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion as well. Under such circumstances, it's only natural that I have to do everything by myself. Duan Lingtian sighed. How's that possible? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Guli was shocked. However, when he recalled Duan Lingtian's reaction when he asked for the name of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he felt that Duan Lingtian must be telling the truth. Junior brother Lingtian, didn't your father tell you he's the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? A few years ago, he went to the mortal continent to bring many of his family members back to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Why didn't he bring you back with him? Guli was puzzled. The reason my father left me in the mortal continent was to train me. However, he still left me a clue, so I could go to the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for him when I'm strong enough to stand at the peak of the mortal continent. Unfortunately, due to my own problems, some unforeseen events occurred with the clues he left for me. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart when he thought of the damaged voice transmission jade slip in the exquisite jade box. Destiny was making fools of people. Following Duan Lingtian's explanation, Guli came to a realization. So that's how it is. But luckily, there was an unforeseen event. If junior brother Lingtian had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as you arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land, we might not have gotten to know each other. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and sighed in his heart. Junior brother Lingtian, since you've already confirmed that Duan Ruffling, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, is your father, do you have any plans to look for him? Guli asked. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded without any hesitation. Before I went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, my biggest wish was to reunite with my family. Now that I've received news about my family, it's only natural that I want to look for them. After Duan Lingtian found out his father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he wished he could grow a pair of wings so he could fly to the Azure Cloud Mansion as fast as he could. Not only were his parents there, but his fiancée and his child were there as well. Based on the time, my child with little Fei, should be a few years old now, right? When Duan Lingtian thought of Li Fei and his child with Li Fei, his eyes were filled with tenderness. When Guli saw Duan Lingtian standing there with a silly smile on his face, he knew Duan Lingtian must have thought of his family, whom he had not seen for a long time. He was sensible and did not disturb him. It was as though it would be a crime to disturb him at this moment. Just as Duan Lingtian had said, not long after the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan left, the news of Guli breaking through to the Divine Saint stage spread through the entire Mystical Sky Mansion. It caused an uproar in the Mystical Sky Mansion. The atmosphere that was originally oppressive, due to the appearance of the devouring dark devil technique, had also lifted. Senior brother Guli has actually broken through to the Divine Saint stage? As expected of Lord Guardian's son. Like father, like son. Even Lord Mansion Master wasn't as young as Guli when he broke through to the Divine Saint stage, right? If senior brother Guli becomes the next Mansion Master of our Mystical Sky Mansion, our Mystical Sky Mansion will definitely have a chance to become as powerful as the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market. Unfortunately, he once said he'll go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land once he has broken through to the Divine Saint stage. First it's Lingtian, then it's Guli. Both of them have the potential to lead the Mystical Sky Mansion to greater heights. Unfortunately, both of them have set their sights on the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When the news of Guli breaking through to the Divine Saint stage spread, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples were shocked. However, they also felt that it was a pity. This was because they knew Guli would not be able to stay in the Mystical Sky Mansion for long now that he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. Guli has broken through? In the Mystical Sky Mansion's main mansion, Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng had also received the news. At the same time, his expression turned grave when he heard people saying he was not as good as Guli. He and Guli were the sons of the two great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, when he was Guli's age, he was only a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Comparisons were the worst. His innate talent was already quite good, but compared to Guli, it was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Most importantly, both of them had a guardian for a father. All in all, he had embarrassed his father this time. Father. While Zhao Ding was feeling humiliated by the rumors, a familiar voice resonated in the air, causing his expression to change drastically. His face that seemed to be shrouded by dark clouds earlier, seemed to be illuminated by the sun, in just a blink of an eye. This was because he recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than his son, whom he had not heard from for 2 years. After the death duel between Ling Tian and Zhao Kuan in the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, he had never seen his son again. However, since his son's soul pearl was still intact, he was not worried at all. Humph! Where have you been for the past 2 years? I thought you've forgotten that you have a father like me. Zhao Ding snorted coldly as he purposely pulled a long face when Zhao Ji entered the room. Zhao Ding looked solemn, but if one looked closely, one could see a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. He was surprised that his son had returned. Father, I only left the mystical sky mansion because I saw how strong Duan Ling Tian was at that time. I felt a little depressed and went out to take a look. After taking a look around, I've gained quite a lot. Zhao Ji smiled. Gained quite a lot? Humph. Did you get to know a bunch of bad friends again? Zhao Ding continued to sneer with a long face. Father, I didn't make any friends this time. However, I discovered a relic in the east that's suspected to be left behind by a powerhouse who had surpassed the quintessential saint stage. At the end of his sentence, Zhao Ji's face was filled with excitement. A relic left behind by a powerhouse who had surpassed the quintessential saint stage? Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Zhao Ding could no longer maintain his solemn expression. He asked in shock, Are you sure it's a relic left behind by a powerhouse who had surpassed the quintessential saint stage? Yes. Zhao Ji nodded and told him the story he had prepared. According to the message left behind by the powerhouse who left behind the divine ability relic, he was a powerhouse who had surpassed the quintessential saint stage. Moreover, the Dao Martial Saint Land was not divided into the upper province and lower province during that era. Zhao Ding's breathing quickened when he heard Zhao Ji's words. The era when the Dao Martial Saint Land was not divided into the upper province and lower province was the primordial era. The relic left behind by the powerhouse of that era was called an ancient relic. In the history of the Wuxia subterranean, there were many legends about the ancient relic. Those who managed to obtain the ancient relic eventually became a top powerhouse in the Wuxia subterranean. Even after they arrived in the upper province, they still managed to carve out a place for themselves with their strength. Currently, he found out his son had come across an ancient relic. Usually, there's a powerhouse's inheritance in an ancient relic. Is there any inheritance in the ancient relic you came across? Zhao Ding asked in a hurry. Yes. As soon as Zhao Ding finished speaking, Zhao Ji nodded. I've already obtained the inheritance in the ancient relic. Zhao Ding's eyes lit up. His son had obtained the inheritance in the ancient relic? For a moment, Zhao Ding's breathing quickened. At the same time, Zhao Ji sighed and continued to say, Unfortunately, the ancient relic collapsed after I obtained the inheritance. Initially, I wanted father and grandfather to go in and see if they could obtain the inheritance as well. However, it seems like there's no chance for us to do so now. Silly boy. Zhao Ding was naturally happy when he heard Zhao Ji's filial words. The inheritance in the ancient relic is usually passed down to only one person. That's how precious it is. Grandfather and I are happy for you since you managed to obtain the inheritance. What kind of inheritance did you obtain? Zhao Ding asked again. It's a devil cultivator's inheritance. To be more precise, it's a devil beast's inheritance, Zhao Ji replied. Zhao Ji nodded. Devil beast. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, apart from humans, saint beasts could also cultivate the devil Dao. Human devil cultivators were called human devils. Saint beast devil cultivators were called devil beasts. Devil beast's inheritance? Zhao Ding's eyes lit up again. The devil cultivator's inheritance is usually one of the better inheritances in the ancient relic. Did anything change after you obtained the inheritance? Almost as soon as Zhao Deng finished speaking, a majestic, vast and eerie aura suddenly surged out from Zhao Ji's body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a little. Divine Saint Stage? Zhao Deng, who sensed this aura, was so frightened that his eyes opened wide. He revealed an expression of shock and disbelief. Although he knew the ancient devil beast's inheritance was not simple, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. It allowed an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, who was only at the intermediate refined saint stage, to break through to the divine saint stage in less than 2 years. However, it did not cross Zhao Deng's mind that his son was lying to him. The so-called ancient devil beast's inheritance was fake. Chapter 1823. After leaving the secluded place in the west of the Debussy subterranean, Zhao Ji had already come up with an excuse for his current cultivation base, while he was on his way back to the mystical sky mansion. The ancient devil beast's inheritance. This way, it would be logical for him to cultivate as a devil cultivator, and would not be suspected. Nobody would have thought it was because he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique that he was able to make a breakthrough from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage in less than 2 years. When did you obtain the ancient devil beast's inheritance? Zhao Deng's expression turned solemn. It was not that he had not heard of ancient legacies before. In the history of the mystical sky mansion, there were also some records about ancient legacies, and the transformation of those who had obtained the ancient legacies. However, none of them were as exaggerated as his son. In less than 2 years, he had broken through from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage. This cultivation speed was heaven-defying. A month after I left the mystical sky mansion, I came across an ancient ruin. Father, do you think my cultivation base has risen too quickly? Zhao Ji asked as he reached the end of his explanation. Yes. Zhao Deng nodded. Your cultivation speed is comparable to devil cultivators who have cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. The devouring dark devil technique. Upon hearing Zhao Deng's words, Zhao Ji felt slightly uneasy. However, he did not show it. Although the person in front of him was his father, he did not dare to tell him that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. This was because he knew his father would force him to disperse his cultivation if he found out that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Not to mention in the lower province, even in the upper province, those who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique were like rats crossing the street. Everyone wanted to beat them up. As the only son of the Zhao clan, whether it was his father or his grandfather, they would not allow him to take such a risk. For some reason, Zhao Deng's expression turned solemn as he stared at Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji's heart jolted when he saw the sudden change in Zhao Deng's expression. Don't tell me father suspects I've cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, and not the ancient devil beast's inheritance? After all, he had a guilty conscience. It was no wonder that Zhao Ji would think that way. However, Zhao Ji heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Zhao Deng's words. As it turned out, his father did not suspect him of cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Tell me the truth. Since the inheritance that the ancient devil beast left for you improved your cultivation base so quickly, it must have taken a shortcut as well. Don't tell me it's a heartless cultivation method like the devouring dark devil technique? These were Zhao Deng's exact words. If so, father hopes that you can disperse the demonic technique that the demonic beast passed down to you. Father only has one son. You are our Zhao family's only heir. You cannot take the risk. When Zhao Ji heard Zhao Deng's words, he secretly rejoiced that he did not reveal the truth. Father, don't worry. Although the cultivation method that the ancient devil beast passed down to me is a little bloody, it's not targeted at humans. It's targeted at savage beasts. The more savage beasts I kill, the more hearts I obtain, and the faster my cultivation speed will be. That's good. Upon hearing this, Zhao Deng sighed in relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Father, where's grandfather? Zhao Ji wanted to look for his grandfather Zhao Jin, but he discovered Zhao Jin was not around. Your grandfather and guardian Gu left the mystical sky mansion and went to the west to look for Zhu Luqi, Zhao Deng replied. Father, Palace Master Zhu? Why are they looking for him? Zhao Ji pretended to be surprised and asked. Zhu Luqi must have obtained the devouring dark devil technique that Su Jing cultivated, and he has already begun to cultivate it. In the past 2 years, many people have died in the West. Those young women had their vital energy and blood devoured and turned into dried corpses, Zhao Deng said. Currently, Zhu Luqi has become the public enemy in the lower province. All the quasi-third-rate forces, including our mystical sky mansion, have sent out powerhouses to search for him. Everyone is worried that if he continues to cultivate, he'll become like the devil cultivator, who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his expression was extremely solemn. However, if Zhu Luqi intends to hide, your grandfather and the others might not be able to find him. Palace Master Zhu has cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Zhao Ji was shocked. It seems like he really doesn't care about anything in order to seek revenge. I wonder if Feng Buyi, the deputy leader of the Mountainshade Black Market, will be able to survive after being killed by him. If Zhu Luqi knows how to conceal himself and doesn't show himself before he raises his cultivation base, it'll be easier for him to kill Feng Buyi in a few years, Zhao Deng said confidently. After all, he's cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Based on Zhao Deng's words, it was obvious he held the devouring dark devil technique in high regard. Of course, while he was praising the devouring dark devil technique, his eyes were filled with fear. A few days later, a piece of news entered the ears of Zhao Deng and his son. Ling Tian is leaving the mystical sky mansion on his own? Father, is this news true? Zhao Ji asked excitedly as he looked at Zhao Deng. Yes, Zhao Deng nodded. Although I don't know where he's going, it's true that he's leaving. It's said that when he was chatting with Wang Fei Xian, a disciple from our Zhao clan overheard it. Haha, good. Zhao Ji's eyes lit up when he learned that Duan Ling Tian was leaving the mystical sky mansion on his own. He was extremely excited. In the past, he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian and could only resign himself to it. However, he was no longer the same as before. His cultivation base was at the Divine Saint stage, and his strength was not inferior to Guli, who was once the strongest person on the mystical sky ranking. In his opinion, with his current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Ling Tian. However, that brat from the Gu clan has been contacting the vice mansion masters, who have a close relationship with his father and some elders. He's trying to monitor all the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage, and above in our Zhao clan to prevent them from leaving the mystical sky mansion. Zhao Deng said in a deep voice. I really didn't expect that Ling Tian would be able to make Guli put in so much effort and use all of his father's connections. He's trying to stop all the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage, and above in our Zhao clan from attacking Ling Tian after he leaves the mystical sky mansion. Monitoring all the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage, and above in our Zhao clan? Zhao Ji narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard Zhao Deng's words. Father, does that include you? Yes. Zhao Deng nodded. His expression was grave as he said. His actions have undoubtedly conveyed a message. After 2 years, Ling Tian's strength has improved a lot. He's most likely not afraid of powerhouses below the Divine Saint stage. Unfortunately, your grandfather isn't here. Otherwise, Old Man Gu's connections wouldn't be able to stop him from mobilizing powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above. Currently, with Guli's actions, the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above in our Zhao clan won't even be able to leave the mystical sky mansion, let alone attack Ling Tian. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his expression turned even more grave. It was so grave that it seemed as though it could drip water at any moment. Father, up until now, I've only revealed the news of me breaking through to the Divine Saint stage to you. You didn't tell anyone else, right? Zhao Ji asked as his eyes flashed fiercely. No, I didn't. Zhao Deng instinctively shook his head in response. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his gloomy face. Ji, how could I have forgotten about you? You're currently at the early Divine Saint stage. Won't it be easy for you to kill Ling Tian? Father, you finally remembered me. Zhao Ji smiled. Haha, that ghoulie. I'm afraid even in his dreams that there would be such a variable like you. The powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage, and above in our Zhao clan that he has his eyes on aren't all of the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage, and above when your grandfather isn't here. The smile on Zhao Ding's face turned even more radiant. Perhaps in Gulli's eyes, I'm still that insignificant refined saint stage martial cultivator from 2 years ago, right? Zhao Ji said with a mocking smile. Isn't it better this way? Not only can we hide from him, but we can also catch him off guard. Ji, I'll leave Ling Tian to you this time. Haven't you always wanted to kill him to avenge yourself? Zhao Ji asked. Don't worry, father. This time, Ling Tian will definitely die. Zhao Ji said coldly as his eyes flashed coldly. I believe in you. I'll wait for your good news. Zhao Ji nodded. A few days went by. In the sky outside the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, 3 figures stood on 2 sides. On one side was a handsome young man. On the other side, there was a muscular young man and a young woman with peerless beauty. The former was Duan Lingtian. The latter was Gu Li and Wang Feixian. Are you really going to leave on your own? Wang Feixian said with a worried expression on her face. The people from the Zhao clan are not easy to deal with. I'm afraid they'll chase after you and make a move on you as soon as you leave. It's not convenient for them to make a move on you in the mystical Sky Mansion, but they won't have any qualms outside. Don't worry. Senior brother Gu Li has already made the arrangements. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Junior brother Ling Tian, you have to be careful. During the 3 days you're gone, those who are at the Divine Saint stage, or above from the Zhao clan, won't be able to leave the mystical Sky Mansion at all. Gu Li said confidently. Originally, he planned to leave with Duan Lingtian and head to the Azure Cloud Mansion before heading to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land together. However, Duan Lingtian rejected him. According to Duan Lingtian, even if Gu Li wanted to leave, he should inform his father, Gu Xiaoyan, first. Moreover, he would stay in the Azure Cloud Mansion for a while before heading to the upper province. Chapter 1824. Those at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan won't be able to leave the mystical Sky Mansion? Wang Feixian did not doubt Gu Li's words at all. No matter what, Gu Li was the son of guardian Gu Xiaoyan. He could get many powerhouses to help him stop those at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan. However, to her surprise, Gu Li only stopped those at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan from leaving the mystical Sky Mansion. Gu Li's actions undoubtedly conveyed another message. Ling Tian was not afraid of those below the Divine Saint stage. Why you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Wang Feixian asked in surprise as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Wang Feixian asked this because she already knew Duan Lingtian's true origin was extraordinary. Duan Lingtian, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, was able to cast true origin that was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage. His strength was not inferior to a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. So fast. Wang Feixian was deeply affected. 2 years ago, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was the same as hers. They were both at the intermediate refined saint stage. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, but she was only at the threshold of the mastery refined saint stage. Her cultivation base was still at the intermediate refined saint stage. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. This was how Wang Feixian felt at this moment. Fast. Upon hearing Wang Feixian's words, Duan Lingtian was non-committal. Although only 2 years had passed in the outside world, 7 to 8 years had passed in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Using 7 to 8 years to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the intermediate refined saint stage was considered slow in Duan Lingtian's opinion. Naturally, it did not mean that his innate talent was not good enough. If he had cultivated at a normal speed, he would have already broken through to the early eminent saint stage. The reason he hadn't broken through was because Hualao had stopped him in time when he was about to break through. According to Hualao's words, he didn't need to rush to break through to the great sage realm. When he was at the peak of the refined saint stage, he could absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy and convert it into true origin before fusing it with the golden crow's wings hidden in his body to further temper them. After tempering for a period of time, the golden crow's wings would undergo a transformation and become the second form. When he broke through to the great saint realm in the future, the second form of the golden crow wings would be much faster than the first form. The best time to transform the golden crow's wings from the first form to the second form was at the peak of the great saint stage. This was because the true origin of the peak of the great saint stage would not burden the first form of the golden crow's wings. If it was at the divine saint stage, it would be much more difficult to transform the first form of the golden crow's wings. On top of that, it would be extremely risky. This was because the divine saint stage's energy would burden the first form of the golden crow's wings. It would only be a waste of effort when tempering it. Naturally, Duan Lingtian believed Hualao's words without a doubt. For this reason, when he reached the critical point between the peak of the refined saint stage and the early eminent saint stage, he decisively stopped and did not complete the final breakthrough. At this time, the sun true origin in his body was comparable to the true origin at the peak of the eminent saint stage. It could perfectly temper the golden crow's wings and transform it into the second form. To put it simply, the reason Duan Lingtian did not rush to break through to the eminent saint stage was because he wanted to temper the golden crow's wings and lay a good foundation for it. According to Hualao, if I temper the golden crow's wings to the second form, I'll break through to the early eminent saint stage. At that time, my speed will be comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse when I cast the golden crow's wings. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel excited. In fact, when he had broken through to the early eminent saint stage, his sun true origin was only comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse. If he did not rely on external forces, his strength would only be comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse. However, once he cast the second form of the golden crow's wings, his speed would be comparable to a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. This meant that at that time, even an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse would not be able to stop him. The tempering of the golden crow's wings has already reached the final stage. It won't take long before it transforms to the second form. At that time, I won't have to suppress my cultivation base anymore, and I'll be able to break through to the eminent saint stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt excited again. The golden crow's wings was a divine ability that Hualao had directly passed down to him. He did not even need to spend any effort to comprehend and cultivate it. This was because Hualao had already planted the golden crow's wings in his body. All he needed to do was to transform the golden crow's wings into different forms. Naturally, strictly speaking, this was also considered as cultivation. However, it was different from the cultivation method of ordinary divine abilities. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation toward the golden crow's wings. Are you really confident about defeating those below the divine saint stage? Wang Feixian was still worried. Of course, Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. Currently, the sun true origin in his body was no weaker than the true origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Coupled with his powerful body and many other trump cards, he was not afraid of anyone below the divine saint stage. Naturally, if he used the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, he might even be able to kill an ordinary divine saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian left under the watchful eyes of Gu Li and Wang Feixian. Both of them only shifted their gazes away when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from their sight. Senior brother Gu Li, do you know where he's going to look for his family? Wang Feixian asked as she looked at Gu Li. She only knew Duan Lingtian was going to reunite with his family. She knew nothing else. Not only did she not know Lingtian's real name was Duan Lingtian, But she also did not know Duan Lingtian's family was in the Azure Cloud Mansion. She did not know Duan Lingtian's father was the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng. I'm not too sure as well. Gu Li shook his head. Before obtaining permission from his junior brother, Ling Tian, he would not reveal any information about his junior brother, Ling Tian, including his true identity and background. After the two of them parted ways, Gu Li returned to the main mansion, while Wang Feixian returned to the Heaven Palace. When the two of them returned, the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders and disciples from the Zhao clan were eager to make a move. However, the elders from the Zhao clan who were at the Divine Saint stage or above discovered they could not leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate at all since they were being watched and blocked by someone. Kong Xiu, why are you blocking my way? One of the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders from the Zhao clan glared at another Mystical Sky Mansion's elder and shouted, Zhao Wei, I've been asked by someone not to let you leave the Mystical Sky Mansion for the next 3 days. If you insist on leaving, you'll have to defeat me first. Kong Xiu said nonchalantly when faced with Zhao Wei's question. Although Kong Xiu was not a disciple of the Gu clan, he had received the favor of guardian Gu Xiaoyan when he was young. He had always been grateful to Gu Xiaoyan. For this reason, he was duty-bound to fulfill the request of Gu Li, Gu Xiaoyan's son. Zhao Wei's expression was extremely grave. He knew he was not a match for Kong Xiu. Meanwhile, similar scenes were playing out everywhere in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. The powerhouses who were watching the elders from the Zhao clan, who were at the Divine Saint stage or above, were slightly stronger than the person they were watching. They had completely suppressed the other party. Vice Mansion Master Zhao. Even Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng was stopped by a person when he tried to leave. The person who stopped him was the Palace Master of Yellow Palace, Qian Pingsheng. Palace Master Qian, that Gu Li managed to get you to help him? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave when he saw the person who stopped him was Qian Pingsheng. A hint of disbelief could be seen in his eyes. This was because he did not expect the person who would stop him from leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate would be Qian Pingsheng, the Palace Master of Yellow Palace. In fact, in the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Palace Masters of the 4 palaces were in charge of their own affairs. They did not belong to the Zhao clan or the Gu clan. I owe Guardian Gu a favor. Qian Pingsheng's reply was simple. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I don't want to fight with you. 3 days later, no matter where you want to go, I won't stop you. Humph. Zhao Deng snorted and decisively returned to his residence. He knew very well that with Qian Pingsheng stopping him, it was impossible for him to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Gu Li, I'm afraid you didn't expect that my son has already broken through to the early Divine Saint stage. A mocking smile appeared on Zhao Deng's face when he returned to his residence. He mocked Gu Li for being too naive. Did he think he would be fine, just because he stopped the Divine Saint stage powerhouses from the Zhao clan? Who knew the Zhao clan still had a trump card up their sleeves? At this time, Jie should have left the Mystical Sky Mansion to chase after Ling Tian, right? The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, his eyes flashed coldly. Ling Tian, your good days are over. Just as Zhao Deng had expected, Gu Li would not expect Zhao Ji, who was only at the intermediate refined saint stage 2 years ago, to have broken through to the Divine Saint stage in less than 2 years. If he knew about this, he would have personally watched Zhao Ji. It was precisely because nobody knew Zhao Ji was already a Divine Saint stage powerhouse that he was able to leave the Mystical Sky Mansion without any obstructions. In front of Zhao Ji, many Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, who were ranked on the Mystical Sky ranking, had already set off to chase after Duan Lingtian. These people were all confident in their own strength. Moreover, they were all at the intermediate eminent saint stage or above. 2 years ago, outside the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, Duan Lingtian had killed Zhao Kuan with his strength at the intermediate eminent saint stage. This caused those Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, whose strength was not at the intermediate eminent saint stage, to give up on the idea of making a move against him. What a joke! An intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouse was not someone they could fight against. Among the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan, who were chasing after Duan Lingtian, Zhao Dong, who was ranked 5th on the mystical Sky ranking, was among them. Zhao Dong was the mystical Sky Mansion's disciple from the Zhao clan, whom Guli had taught a lesson to when Guli came to look for Duan Lingtian a few days ago. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.